This is Chapter 29 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 29, The Visit to Elmira and Its Consequences. Samuel Clemens now decided to pay his long-deferred visit to the Langdon home in Elmira. Through Charlie Langdon he got the invitation renewed, and for a glorious week enjoyed the generous hospitality of the beautiful Langdon home and the society of fair Olivia Langdon, Livy as they called her, realizing more and more that for him there could never be any other woman in the world. He spoke no word of this to her, but on the morning of the day when his visit would end he relieved himself to Charlie Langdon, much to the young man's alarm. Greatly as he admired Mark Twain himself, he did not think him, or indeed any man, good enough for Livy, whom he considered little short of a saint. Clemens was to take a train that evening, but young Langdon said when he recovered, "Look here, Clemens, there's a train in half an hour. I'll help you catch it. Don't wait until tonight. Go now." Mark Twain shook his head. "No, Charlie," he said in his gentle drawl, "I want to enjoy your hospitality a little longer. I promise to be circumspect, and I'll go tonight." That night after dinner, when it was time to take the train, a light two-seated wagon was at the gate. Young Langdon and his guest took the back seat, which for some reason had not been locked in its place. The horse started with a quick forward spring, and the seat with its two occupants described a circle and landed with force on the cobbled street. Neither passenger was seriously hurt, only dazed a little for the moment. But to Mark Twain there came a sudden inspiration. Here was a chance to prolong his visit. When the Langdon household gathered with restoratives, he did not recover at once, and allowed himself to be supported to an arm-chair for further remedies. Livy Langdon showed especial anxiety. He was not allowed to go now, of course. He must stay until it was certain that his recovery was complete. Perhaps he had been internally injured. His visit was prolonged 2 weeks, 2 weeks of pure happiness, and when he went away he had fully resolved to win Livy Langdon for his wife. Mark Twain now went to Hartford to look after his book proofs, and there for the first time met the Reverend Joseph H. Twichell, who would become his closest friend. The two men, so different in many ways, always had the fondest admiration for each other. Each recognized in the other great courage, humanity, and sympathy. Clemens would gladly have remained in Hartford that winter. Twichell presented him to many congenial people, including Charles Dudley Warner, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and other writing folk, but flattering lecture offers were made him, and he could no longer refuse. He called his new lecture "The Vandal Abroad," it being chapters from the forthcoming book, and it was a great success everywhere. His houses were crowded, the newspapers were enthusiastic. His delivery was described as a long, monotonous drawl, with fun invariably coming in at the end of a sentence, after a pause. He began to be recognized everywhere, to have great popularity. People came out on the street to see him pass. Many of his lecture engagements were in central New York, no great distance from Elmira. He had a standing invitation to visit the Langdon home, and went when he could. His courtship, however, was not entirely smooth. Much as Mr. Langdon honored his gifts and admired him personally, he feared that his daughter, who had known so little of life and the outside world, and the brilliant traveler, lecturer, author, might not find happiness in marriage. Many absurd stories have been told of Mark Twain's first interview with Jervis Langdon on this subject, but these are without foundation. It was an earnest discussion on both sides, and left Samuel Clemens rather crestfallen, though not without hope. More than once the subject was discussed between the two men that winter as the lecturer came and went, his fame always growing. In time the Langdon household had grown to feel that he belonged to them. It would be only a step further to make him really one of the family. There was no positive engagement at first, for it was agreed between Clemens and Jervis Langdon that letters should be sent by Mr. Langdon to those who had known his would-be son-in-law earlier, with inquiries as to his past conduct and general character. It was a good while till answers to these came, and when they arrived Samuel Clemens was on hand to learn the result. Mr. Langdon had a rather solemn look when they were alone together. Clemens asked, "You've heard from those gentlemen out there?" "Yes, and from another gentleman I wrote to concerning you. They don't appear to have been very enthusiastic, from your manner." "Well, yes, some of them were." "I suppose I may ask what particular form their emotion took?" "Oh, yes, yes. They agree unanimously that you are a brilliant, able man, a man with a future, and that you would make about the worst husband on record." The applicant had a forlorn look. "There is nothing very evasive about that," he said. Langdon reflected. "Haven't you any other friend that you could suggest?" "Apparently none whose testimony would be valuable." Jervis Langdon held out his hand. "You have at least one," he said. "I believe in you. I know you better than they do." The engagement of Samuel Langhorne Clemens and Olivia Lewis Langdon was ratified next day, February 4th, 1869. To Jane Clemens her son wrote, "She is a little body, but she hasn't her peer in Christendom." End of chapter 29. This is chapter 30 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 30, The New Book and a Wedding. Clemens closed his lecture tour in March with a profit of something more than $8,000. He had intended to make a spring tour of California, but went to Elmira instead. The revised proofs of his book were coming now, and he and gentle Livy Langdon read them together. Samuel Clemens realized presently that the girl he had chosen had a delicate literary judgment. She became all at once his editor, a position she held until her death. Her refining influence had much to do with Mark Twain's success, then and later, and the world owes her a debt of gratitude. Through that first pleasant summer these two worked at the proofs and planned for their future, and were very happy indeed. It was about the end of July when the big book appeared at last, and its success was startling. Nothing like it had ever been known before. Mark Twain's name seemed suddenly to be on every tongue, his book in everybody's hands. From one end of the country to the other, readers were hailing him as the greatest humorist and descriptive writer of modern times. By the first of the year more than 30,000 volumes had been sold. It was a book of travel. Its lowest price was $3.50. The record has not been equaled since. In England also large editions had been issued, and translations into foreign languages were under way. It was and is a great book, because it is a human book, a book written straight from the heart. If Mark Twain had not been famous before, he was so now. Indeed, it is doubtful if any other American author was so widely known and read as the author of The Innocents Abroad during that first half-year after its publication. Yet for some reason he still did not regard himself as a literary man. He was a journalist, and began to look about for a paper which he could buy, his idea being to establish a business and a home. Through Mr. Langdon's assistance he finally obtained an interest in the Buffalo Express, and the end of the year 1869 found him established as its associate editor, though still lecturing here and there, because his wedding day was near at hand and there must be no lack of funds. It was the 2nd of February, 1870, that Samuel Clemens and Olivia Langdon were married. A few days before, he sat down one night and wrote to Jim Gillis, away out in the Tuolumne Hills, and told him of all his good fortune, recalling their days at Angel's Camp and the absurd frog story, which he said had been the beginning of his happiness. In the 5 years since then he had traveled a long way, but he had not forgotten. On the morning of his wedding day Mark Twain received from his publisher a check for $4,000, his profit from 3 months' sales of the book, a handsome sum. The wedding was mainly a family affair. Twichell and his wife came over from Hartford, Twichell to assist Thomas K. Beecher in performing the ceremony. Jane Clemens could not come, nor Orion and his wife. But Pamela, a widow now, and her daughter Annie, grown to a young lady, arrived from St. Louis. Not more than 100 guests gathered in the stately Langdon parlors that in future would hold so much history for Samuel Clemens and Olivia Langdon, so much of the story of life and death that thus made its beginning there. Then at 7 in the evening they were married, and the bride danced with her father, and the Reverend Thomas Beecher declared she wore the longest gloves he had ever seen. It was the next afternoon that the wedding party set out for Buffalo. Through a Mr. Slee, an agent of Mr. Langdon's, Clemens had engaged, as he supposed, a boarding-house, quiet and unpretentious, for he meant to start his married life modestly. Jervis Langdon had a plan of his own for his daughter, but Clemens had received no inkling of it, and had full faith in the letter which Slee had written, saying that a choice and inexpensive boarding-house had been secured. When, about 9 o'clock that night, the party reached Buffalo, they found Mr. Slee waiting at the station. There was snow, and sleighs had been ordered. Soon after starting, the sleigh of the bride and groom fell behind and drove about rather aimlessly, apparently going nowhere in particular. This disturbed the groom, who thought they should arrive first and receive their guests. He criticized Slee for selecting a house that was so hard to find, and when they turned at last into Delaware Avenue, Buffalo's finest street, and stopped before a handsome house, he was troubled concerning the richness of the locality. They were on the steps when the door opened and a perfect fairyland of lights and decoration was revealed within. The friends who had gone ahead came out with greetings to lead in the bride and groom. Servants hurried forward to take bags and wraps. They were ushered inside. They were led through beautiful rooms, all newly appointed and garnished. The bridegroom was dazed, unable to understand the meaning of it all, the completeness of their possession. At last his young wife put her hand upon his arm. "Don't you understand, youth?" she said. That was always her name for him. "Don't you understand? It is ours, all ours, everything, a gift from father." But still he could not quite grasp it, and Mr. Langdon brought a little box, and, opening it, handed them the deeds. Nobody quite remembers what was the first remark that Samuel Clemens made, but either then or a little later he said, "Mr. Langdon, whenever you are in Buffalo, if it's twice a year, come right here. Bring your bag, and stay overnight if you want to. Shan't cost you a cent." End of chapter 30. This is Chapter 31 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 31, Mark Twain in Buffalo. Mark Twain remained less than 2 years in Buffalo, a period of much affliction. In the beginning, prospects could hardly have been brighter. His beautiful home seemed perfect. At the office he found work to his hand, and enjoyed it. His co-editor, J. W. Larned, who sat across the table from him, used to tell later how Mark enjoyed his work as he went along, the humor of it, frequently laughing as some new absurdity came into his mind. He was not very regular in his arrivals, but he worked long hours and turned in a vast amount of copy, skits, sketches, editorials, and comments of a varied sort. Not all of it was humorous. He would stop work any time on an amusing sketch to attack some abuse or denounce an injustice, and he did it in scorching words that made offenders pause. Once, when 2 practical jokers had sent in a marriage notice of persons not even contemplating matrimony, he wrote, "This deceit has been practiced maliciously by a couple of men whose small souls will escape through their pores some day if they do not varnish their hides." In May he considerably increased his income by undertaking a department called Memoranda for the new Galaxy magazine. The outlook was now so promising that to his lecture agent, James Redpath, he wrote, "Dear Red, I'm not going to lecture any more, forever. I've got things ciphered down to a fraction now. I know just about what it will cost to live, and I can make the money without lecturing. Therefore, old man, count me out." And in a second letter, "I guess I'm out of the field permanently. Have got a lovely wife, a lovely house bewitchingly furnished, a lovely carriage, and a coachman whose style and dignity are simply awe-inspiring, nothing less. And I'm making more money than necessary by considerable, and therefore why crucify myself nightly on the platform? The subscriber will have to be excused, for the present season at least." The little household on Delaware Avenue was indeed a happy place during those early months. Neither Clemens nor his wife in those days cared much for society, preferring the comfort of their own home. Once, when a new family moved into a house across the way, they postponed calling until they felt ashamed. Clemens himself called first. One Sunday morning he noticed smoke pouring from an upper window of their neighbor's house. The occupants, seated on the veranda, evidently did not suspect their danger. Clemens stepped across to the gate and, bowing politely, said, "My name is Clemens. We ought to have called on you before, and I beg your pardon for intruding now in this informal way. But your house is on fire." It was at the moment when life seemed at its best that shadows gathered. Jervis Langdon had never accepted his son-in-law's playful invitation to "bring his bag and stay overnight," and now the time for it was past. In the spring his health gave way. Mrs. Clemens, who adored him, went to Elmira to be at his bedside. 3 months of lingering illness brought the end. His death was a great blow to Mrs. Clemens, and the strain of watching had been very hard. Her own health, never robust, became poor. A girlhood friend, who came to cheer her with a visit, was taken down with typhoid fever. Another long period of anxiety and nursing ended with the young woman's death in the Clemens home. To Mark Twain and his wife it seemed that their bright days were over. The arrival of little Langdon Clemens in November brought happiness, but his delicate hold on life was so uncertain that the burden of anxiety grew. Amid so many distractions Clemens found his work hard. His memoranda department in the Galaxy must be filled and be bright and readable. His work at the office could not be neglected. Then, too, he had made a contract with Bliss for another book, "Roughing It," and he was trying to get started on that. He began to chafe under the relentless demands of the magazine and newspaper. Finally he could stand it no longer. He sold his interest in the Express at a loss, and gave up the memoranda. In the closing number, April, 1871, he said, "For the last 8 months, with hardly an interval, I have had for my fellows and comrades, night and day, doctors and watchers of the sick. During these 8 months death has taken 2 members of my home circle, and malignantly threatened 2 others. All this I have experienced, yet all the time have been under contract to furnish humorous matter once a month for this magazine. To be a pirate on a low salary with no share of the profits in the business used to be my idea of an uncomfortable occupation, but I have other views now. To be a monthly humorist in a cheerless time is drearier." End of chapter 31. This is chapter 32 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 32, At Work on Roughing It. The Clemens family now went to Elmira, to Quarry Farm, a beautiful hilltop place overlooking the river and the town, the home of Mrs. Clemens' sister, Mrs. Theodore Crane. They did not expect to return to Buffalo, and the house there was offered for sale. For them the sunlight had gone out of it. Matters went better at Quarry Farm. The invalids gained strength. Work on the book progressed. The Clemenses that year fell in love with the place that was to mean so much to them in the many summers to come. Mark Twain was not altogether satisfied, however, with his writing. He was afraid it was not up to his literary standard. His spirits were at a low ebb when his old first editor, Joe Goodman, came East and stopped off at Elmira. Clemens hurried him out to the farm, and eagerly putting the chapters of Roughing It into his hands, asked him to read them. Goodman seated himself comfortably by a window, while the author went over to a table and pretended to write, but was really watching Goodman, who read page after page solemnly and with great deliberation. Presently Mark Twain could stand it no longer. He threw down his pen, exclaiming, "I knew it! I knew it! I've been writing nothing but rot. You have sat there all this time reading without a smile. But I am not wholly to blame. I have been trying to write a funny book with dead people and sickness everywhere. Oh, Joe, I wish I could die myself." "Mark," said Goodman, "I was reading critically, not for amusement, and so far as I have read and can judge, this is one of the best things you have ever written. I have found it perfectly absorbing. You are doing a great book." That was enough. Clemens knew that Goodman never spoke idly of such matters. The author of Roughing It was a changed man, full of enthusiasm, eager to go on. He offered to pay Goodman a salary to stay and furnish inspiration. Goodman declined the salary, but remained for several weeks, and during long walks which the two friends took over the hills gave advice, recalled good material, and was a great help and comfort. In May Clemens wrote to Bliss that he had 1,200 manuscript pages of the new book written, and was turning out from 30 to 65 per day. He was in high spirits. The family health had improved. Once more prospects were bright. He even allowed Redpath to persuade him to lecture again during the coming season. Selling his share of the Express at a loss had left Mark Twain considerably in debt, and lecture profits would furnish the quickest means of payment. When the summer ended the Clemens family took up residence in Hartford, Connecticut, in the fine old Hooker house on Forest Street. Hartford held many attractions for Mark Twain. His publishers were located there; also it was the home of a distinguished group of writers and of the Reverend Joe Twichell. Neither Clemens nor his wife had felt that they could return to Buffalo. The home there was sold, its contents packed and shipped. They did not see it again. His book finished, Mark Twain lectured pretty steadily that winter, often in the neighborhood of Boston, which was lecture headquarters. Mark Twain enjoyed Boston. In Redpath's office one could often meet and swap stories with Josh Billings, Henry W. Shaw, and Petroleum V. Nasby, David R. Locke, well-known humorists of that day, while in the strictly literary circle there were William Dean Howells, Thomas Bailey Aldrich, Bret Harte, who by this time had become famous and journeyed eastward, and others of their sort. They were all young and eager and merry then, and they gathered at luncheons in snug corners and talked gaily far into the dimness of winter afternoons. Harte had been immediately accorded a high place in the Boston group. Mark Twain, as a strictly literary man, was still regarded rather doubtfully by members of the older set, the Brahmins, as they were called, but the young men already hailed him joyfully, reveling in the fine, fearless humor of his writing, his wonderful talk, his boundless humanity. End of chapter 32. This is chapter 33 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 33, In England. Mark Twain closed his lecture season in February 1872, and during the same month his new book, Roughing It, came from the press. He disliked the lecture platform, and he felt that he could now abandon it. He had made up his loss in Buffalo, and something besides. Furthermore, the advance sales on his book had been large. Roughing It, in fact, proved a very successful book. Like The Innocents Abroad, it was the first of its kind, fresh in its humor and description, true in its picture of the frontier life he had known. In 3 months 40,000 copies had been sold, and now, after more than 40 years, it is still a popular book. The life it describes is all gone, the scenes are changed. It is a record of a vanished time, a delightful history, as delightful today as ever. 1872 was an eventful year for Mark Twain. In March his second child, a little girl whom they named Susie, was born, and 3 months later the boy Langdon died. He had never been really strong, and a heavy cold and diphtheria brought the end. Clemens did little work that summer. He took his family to Saybrook, Connecticut, for the sea air, and near the end of August, when Mrs. Clemens had regained strength and courage, he sailed for England to gather material for a book on English life and customs. He felt very friendly toward the English, who had been highly appreciative of his writings, and he wished their better acquaintance. He gave out no word of the book idea, and it seems unlikely that anyone in England ever suspected it. He was there 3 months, and beyond some notebook memoranda made during the early weeks of his stay, he wrote not a line. He was too delighted with everything to write a book of his kind. In letters home he declared the country to be as beautiful as fairyland. By all classes attentions were showered upon him, honors such as he had never received even in America. W. D. Howells writes, Footnote 7. From Mark Twain, by W. D. Howells. End of footnote 7. In England rank, fashion, and culture rejoiced in him. Lord Mayors, Lord Chief Justices, and magnates of many kinds were his hosts. He was desired in country houses, and his bold genius captivated the favor of periodicals that spurned the rest of our nation. He could not make a humorous book, out of these people and their country. He was too fond of them. England fairly reveled in Mark Twain. At one of the great banquets a roll of the distinguished guests was called, and the names properly applauded. Mark Twain, busily engaged in low conversation with his neighbor, applauded without listening, vigorously or mildly, as the others led. Finally a name was followed by a great burst of long and vehement clapping. This must be some very great person indeed, and Mark Twain, not to be outdone in his approval, stoutly kept his hands going when all others had finished. "Whose name was that we were just applauding?" he asked of his neighbor. "Mark Twain's." But it was no matter. They took it all as one of his jokes. He was a wonder and a delight to them. Whatever he did or said was to them supremely amusing. When, on one occasion, a speaker humorously referred to his American habit of carrying a cotton umbrella, his reply that he did so "because it was the only kind of an umbrella that an Englishman wouldn't steal," was repeated all over England next day as one of the finest examples of wit since the days of Swift. He returned to America at the end of November, promising to come back and lecture to them the following year. End of chapter 33. This is chapter 34 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, chapter 34, A New Book and New English Triumphs. But if Mark Twain could find nothing to write of in England, he found no lack of material in America. That winter, in Hartford, with Charles Dudley Warner, he wrote The Gilded Age. The Warners were neighbors, and the families visited back and forth. One night at dinner, when the two husbands were criticizing the novels their wives were reading, the wives suggested that their author husbands write a better one. The challenge was accepted. On the spur of the moment Warner and Clemens agreed that they would write a book together, and began it immediately. Clemens had had an idea already in mind. It was to build a romance around that lovable dreamer, his mother's cousin, James Lampton, whom the reader will recall from an earlier chapter. Without delay he set to work, and soon completed the first 399 pages of the new story. Warner came over, and, after listening to its reading, went home and took up the story. In 2 months the novel was complete, Warner doing most of the romance, Mark Twain the character parts. Warner's portion was probably pure fiction, but Mark Twain's chapters were full of history. Judge Hawkins and wife were Mark Twain's father and mother, Washington Hawkins his brother Orion. Their doings with those of James Lambton as Colonel Sellers were of course elaborated, but the story of the Tennessee land, as told in that book, is very good history indeed. Laura Hawkins, however, was only real in the fact that she bore the name of Samuel Clemens' old playmate. The Gilded Age, published later in the year, was well received and sold largely. The character of Colonel Sellers at once took a place among the great fiction characters of the world, and is probably the best known of any American creation. His watchword, "There's millions in it," became a byword. The Clemenses decided to build in Hartford. They bought a plot of land on Farmington Avenue, in the literary neighborhood, and engaged an architect and builder. By spring the new house was well under way, and matters progressing so favorably, the owners decided to take a holiday while the work was going on. Clemens had been eager to show England to his wife, so, taking little Sissy, now a year old, they sailed in May to be gone half a year. They remained for a time in London, a period of honors and entertainment. If Mark Twain had been a lion on his first visit, he was hardly less than royalty now. His rooms at the Langham Hotel were like a court. The nation's most distinguished men, among them Robert Browning, Sir John Millais, Lord Houghton, and Sir Charles Dilke, came to pay their respects. Authors were calling constantly. Charles Reade and Wilkie Collins could not get enough of Mark Twain. Reade proposed to join with him in writing a novel, as Warner had done. Lewis Carroll did not call, being too timid, but they met the author of Alice in Wonderland one night at dinner. "The shyest, full-grown man, except Uncle Remus, I ever saw," Mark Twain once declared. Little Sissy and her father thrived on London life, but it wore on Mrs. Clemens. At the end of July they went quietly to Edinburgh, and settled at Veitch's Hotel, on George Street. The strain of London life had been too much for Mrs. Clemens, and her health became poor. Unacquainted in Edinburgh, Clemens only remembered that Dr. John Brown, author of Rab and His Friends, lived there. Learning the address, he walked around to 23 Rutland Street and made himself known. Dr. Brown came forthwith, and Mrs. Clemens seemed better from the moment of his arrival. The acquaintance did not end there. For a month the author of Rab and the little Clemens family were together daily. Often they went with him to make his round of visits. He was always leaning out of the carriage to look at dogs. It was told of him that once, when he suddenly put his head from a carriage window, he dropped back with a disappointed look. "Who was it?" asked his companion. "Some one you know?" "No, a dog I don't know." Dr. John was beloved by everybody in Scotland, and his story of Rab had won him a world-wide following. Children adored him. Little Susie and he were playmates, and he named her Megalopus, a Greek term suggested by her great dark eyes. Mark Twain kept his promise to lecture to a London audience. On the 13th of October, in the Queen's Concert Rooms, Hanover Square, he gave "Our Fellow Savages of the Sandwich Islands." The house was packed. Clemens was not introduced. He appeared on the platform in evening dress, assuming the character of a manager, announcing a disappointment. Mr. Clemens, he said, had been fully expected to be present. He paused, and loud murmurs arose from the audience. He lifted his hand, and the noise subsided. Then he added, "I am happy to say that Mark Twain is present, and will now give his lecture." The audience roared its approval. He continued his lectures at Hanover Square through the week, and at no time in his own country had he won such a complete triumph. He was the talk of the streets. The papers were full of him. The London Times declared his lectures had only whetted the public appetite for more. His manager, George Dolby, formerly manager for Charles Dickens, urged him to remain and continue the course through the winter. Clemens finally agreed that he would take his family back to America and come back himself within the month. This plan he carried out. Returning to London, he lectured steadily for 2 months in the big Hanover Square rooms, giving his "Roughing It" address, and it was only toward the end that his audience showed any sign of diminishing. There is probably no other such a lecture triumph on record. Mark Twain was at the pinnacle of his first glory, 36, in full health, prosperous, sought by the world's greatest, hailed in the highest places almost as a king. Tom Sawyer's dreams of greatness had been all too modest. In its most dazzling moments his imagination had never led him so far. End of chapter 34. This is chapter 35 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 35, Beginning Tom Sawyer. It was at the end of January, 1874, when Mark Twain returned to America. His reception abroad had increased his prestige at home. Howells and Aldrich came over from Boston to tell him what a great man he had become, to renew those Boston days of 3 years before, to talk and talk of all the things between the earth and sky. And Twichell came in, of course, and Warner, and no one took account of time, or hurried, or worried about anything at all. "We had 2 such days as the aging sun no longer shines on in his round," wrote Howells long after, and he tells how he and Aldrich were so carried away with Clemens's success in subscription publication that on the way back to Boston they planned a book to sell in that way. It was to be called 12 Memorable Murders, and they had made 2 or 3 fortunes from it by the time they reached Boston. But the project ended there. "We never killed a single soul," Howells once confessed to the writer of this memoir. At Quarry Farm that summer Mark Twain began the writing of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. He had been planning for some time to set down the story of those far-off days along the river-front at Hannibal, with John Briggs, Tom Blankenship, and the rest of that graceless band, and now in the cool luxury of a little study which Mrs. Crane had built for him on the hillside he set himself to spin the fabric of his youth. The study was a delightful place to work. It was octagonal in shape, with windows on all sides, something like a pilot-house. From any direction the breeze could come, and there were fine views. To Twichell he wrote, "It is a cozy nest, and just room in it for a sofa, table, and 3 or 4 chairs, and when the storm sweeps down the remote valley and the lightning flashes behind the hills beyond, and the rain beats on the roof over my head, imagine the luxury of it." He worked steadily there that summer. He would begin mornings, soon after breakfast, keep at it until nearly dinner-time, say until 5 or after, for it was not his habit to eat the midday meal. Other members of the family did not venture near the place. If he was wanted urgently, a horn was blown. His work finished, he would light a cigar, and stepping lightly down the stone flight that led to the house level, he would find where the family had assembled and read to them his day's work. Certainly those were golden days, and the tale of Tom and Huck and Joe Harper progressed. To Dr. John Brown in Scotland he wrote, "I have been writing 50 pages of manuscript a day, on an average, for some time now, and consequently have been so wrapped up in it and dead to everything else that I have fallen mighty short in letter-writing." But the inspiration of Tom and Huck gave out when the tale was half finished, or perhaps it gave way to a new interest. News came one day that a writer in San Francisco, without permission, had dramatized The Gilded Age, and that it was being played by John T. Raymond, an actor of much power. Mark Twain had himself planned to dramatize the character of Colonel Sellers, and had taken out dramatic copyright. He promptly stopped the California production, then wrote the dramatist a friendly letter, and presently bought the play of him and set in to rewrite it. It proved a great success. Raymond played it for several years. Colonel Sellers on the stage became fully as popular as in the book, and very profitable indeed. End of chapter 35. This is chapter 36 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 36. The New Home. The new home in Hartford was ready that autumn, the beautiful house finished, or nearly finished, the handsome furnishings in place. It was a lovely spot. There were trees and grass, a green, shady slope that fell away to a quiet stream. The house itself, quite different from the most of the houses of that day, had many wings and balconies, and toward the back a great veranda that looked down the shaded slope. The kitchen was not at the back. As Mark Twain was unlike any other man that ever lived, so his house was not like any other houses. When asked why he built the kitchen toward the street, he said, "So the servants can see the circus go by without running into the front yard." But this was probably his afterthought. The kitchen wing extended toward Farmington Avenue, but it was a harmonious detail of the general plan. Many frequenters have tried to express the charm of Mark Twain's household. Few have succeeded, for it lay not in the house itself, nor in its furnishings, beautiful as these things were, but in the personality of its occupants, the daily round of their lives, the atmosphere which they unconsciously created. From its wide entrance hall and tiny jewel-like conservatory below to the billiard-room at the top of the house, it seemed perfectly appointed, serenely ordered, and full of welcome. The home of one of the most unusual and unaccountable personalities in the world was filled with gentleness and peace. It was Mrs. Clemens who was chiefly responsible. She was no longer the half-timid, inexperienced girl he had married. Association, study, and travel had brought her knowledge and confidence. When the great ones of the world came to visit America's most picturesque literary figure, she gave welcome to them, and filled her place at his side with such sweet grace that those who came to pay their dues to him often returned to pay still greater devotion to his companion. William Dean Howells, so often a visitor there, once said to the writer, "Words cannot express Mrs. Clemens, her fineness, her delicate, wonderful tact." And again, "She was not only a beautiful soul, but a woman of singular intellectual power." There were always visitors in the Clemens home. Above the mantel in the library was written, "The ornament of a house is the friends that frequent it," and the Clemens home never lacked of those ornaments, and they were of the world's best. No distinguished person came to America that did not pay a visit to Hartford and Mark Twain. Generally it was not merely a call, but a stay of days. The welcome was always genuine, the entertainment unstinted. George Warner, a close neighbor, once said, "The Clemens house was the only one I have ever known where there was never any preoccupation in the evenings, and where visitors were always welcome. Clemens was the best kind of a host. His evenings after dinner were an unending flow of stories." As for friends living near, they usually came and went at will, often without the ceremony of knocking or formal leave-taking. The two Warner families were among these, the home of Charles Dudley Warner being only a step away. Dr. and Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe were also close neighbors, while the Twitchell parsonage was not far. They were all like one great family, of which Mark Twain's home was the central gathering place. End of chapter 36. This is Chapter 37 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 37. Old Times, Sketches, and Tom Sawyer. The Reverend Joseph H. Twitchell and Mark Twain used to take many long walks together, and once they decided to walk from Hartford to Boston, about 100 miles. They decided to allow 3 days for the trip, and really started one morning with some luncheon in a basket and a little bag of useful articles. It was a bright, brisk November day, and they succeeded in getting to Westford, a distance of 28 miles, that evening. but they were lame and footsore, and next morning, when they had limped 6 miles or so farther, Clemens telegraphed to Redpath, "We have made 35 miles in less than 5 days. This shows the thing can be done. Shall finish now by rail. Did you have any bets on us?" He also telegraphed Howells that they were about to arrive in Boston, and they did, in fact, reach the Howells home about 9 o'clock, and found excellent company, the Cambridge set, and a most welcome supper waiting. Clemens and Twichell were ravenous. Clemens demanded food immediately. Howells writes, "I can see him now as he stood up in the midst of our friends, with his head thrown back, and in his hands a dish of those scalloped oysters without which no party in Cambridge was really a party, exulting in the tale of his adventure, which had abounded in the most original characters and amusing incidents at every mile of their progress." The pedestrians returned to Hartford a day or two later, by train. It was during another, though less extended, tour which Twichell and Clemens made that fall, that the latter got his idea for a Mississippi book. Howells had been pleading for something for the January Atlantic, of which he was now chief editor, but thus far Mark Twain's inspiration had failed. He wrote at last, "My head won't go," but later the same day he sent another hasty line, "I take back the remark that I can't write for the January number, for Twichell and I have had a long walk in the woods, and I got to telling him about old Mississippi days of steamboating glory and grandeur as I saw them, during 4 years, from the pilot-house. He said, 'What a virgin subject to hurl into a magazine!' I hadn't thought of that before. Would you like a series of papers to run through 3 months, or 6, or 9, or about 4 months, say?" Howells wrote at once, welcoming the idea. Clemens forthwith sent the first installment of that marvelous series of river chapters which rank today among the very best of his work. As pictures of the vanished Mississippi life they are so real, so convincing, so full of charm, that they can never grow old. As long as any one reads of the Mississippi they will look up those chapters of Mark Twain's piloting days. When the first number appeared, John Hay wrote, "It is perfect, no more, no less. I don't see how you do it." The Old Times chapter ran through 7 numbers of the Atlantic, and show Mark Twain at his very best. They form now most of the early chapters of Life on the Mississippi. The remainder of that book was added about 7 years later. Those were busy literary days for Mark Twain. Writing the river chapters carried him back, and hardly had he finished them when he took up the neglected story of Tom and Huck, and finished that under full steam. He had first thought of publishing it in the Atlantic, but decided against this plan. He sent Howells the manuscript to read, and received the fullest praise. Howells wrote, "It is altogether the best boy story I ever read. It will be an immense success." Clemens, however, delayed publication. He had another volume in press, a collection of his sketches, among them the Jumping Frog and others of his California days. The Jumping Frog had been translated into French, and in this book Mark Twain published the French version and then a literal retranslation of his own, which is one of the most amusing features in the volume. As an example, the stranger's remark, "I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's any better than any other frog," in the literal retranslation becomes, "I no saw not that that frog had nothing of better than each frog," and Mark Twain parenthetically adds, "If that isn't grammar gone to seed, then I count myself no judge." Sketches new and old went very well, but the book had no such sale as The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, which appeared a year later, December 1876. From the date of its issue it took its place as foremost of American stories of boy life, a place that to this day it shares only with Huck Finn. Mark Twain's own boy life in the little drowsy town of Hannibal, with John Briggs and Tom Blankenship, their adventures in and about the cave and river, made perfect material. The story is full of pure delight. The camp on the island is a picture of boy heaven. No boy that reads it but longs for the woods and a campfire and some bacon strips in the frying-pan. It is all so thrillingly told and so vivid, we know certainly that it must all have happened. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer has taken a place side by side with Treasure Island. End of chapter 37. This is chapter 38 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 38. Home Pictures. Mark Twain was now regarded by many as the foremost American author. Certainly he was the most widely known. As a national feature he rivaled Niagara Falls. No civilized spot on earth that his name had not reached. Letters merely addressed Mark Twain found their way to him. Mark Twain, United States, was a common superscription. Mark Twain, the world, also reached him without delay, while Mark Twain somewhere and Mark Twain anywhere in due time came to Hartford. Mark Twain, God knows where, likewise arrived promptly, and in his reply he said he did. Then a letter addressed "The devil knows where" also reached him, and he answered he did too. Surely these were the farthermost limits of fame. Countless anecdotes went the rounds of the press. Among them was one which happened to be true. Their near neighbor, Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, was leaving for Florida one morning, and Clemens ran over early to say good-bye. On his return Mrs. Clemens looked at him severely. "Why, Youth," she said, "you haven't on any collar and tie." He said nothing, but went to his room, wrapped up those items in a neat package, which he sent over by a servant to Mrs. Stowe, with the line, "Herewith receive a call from the rest of me." Mrs. Stowe returned a witty note, in which she said he had discovered a new principle, that of making calls by installments, and asked whether in extreme cases a man might not send his clothes and be himself excused. Most of his work Mark Twain did at Quarry Farm. Each summer the family, there were two little girls now, Susie and Clara, went to that lovely place on the hilltop above Elmira, where there were plenty of green fields and cows and horses and apple trees, a spot as wonderful to them as John Quarles's farm had been to their father so long ago. All the family loved Quarry Farm, and Mark Twain's work went more easily there. His winters were not suited to literary creation. There were too many social events, though once, it was the winter of '76, he wrote a play with Bret Harte, who came to Hartford and stayed at the Clemens home while the work was in progress. It was a Chinese play, Ah Sin, and the two had a hilarious time writing it, though the result did not prove much of a success with the public. Mark Twain often tried plays, one with Howells among others, but the Colonel Sellers play was his only success. Grand dinners, trips to Boston and New York, guests in his own home, occupied much of Mark Twain's winter season. His leisure he gave to his children and to billiards. He had a passion for the game, and at any hour of the day or night was likely to be found in the room at the top of the house, knocking the balls about alone or with any visitor that he had enticed to that den. He mostly received his callers there and impressed them into the game. If they could play, well and good. If not, so much the better. He could beat them extravagantly, and he took huge delight in such contests. Every Friday evening a party of billiard lovers, Hartford men, gathered and played and told stories and smoked until the room was blue. Clemens never tired of the game. He could play all night. He would stay until the last man dropped from sheer weariness, and then go on knocking the balls about alone. But many evenings at home, early evenings, he gave to Susie and Clara. They had learned his gift as a romancer and demanded the most startling inventions. They would bring him a picture requiring him to fit a story to it without a moment's delay. Once he was suddenly ordered by Clara to make a story out of a plumber and a boggensticker, which on the whole was easier than some of their requirements. Along the bookshelves were ornaments and pictures. A picture of a girl whom they called Emmeline was at one end, and at the other a cat. Every little while they compelled him to make a story beginning with the cat and ending with Emmeline. Always a new story, and never the other way about. The literary path from the cat to Emmeline was a perilous one, but in time he could have traveled it in his dreams. End of chapter 38. This is Chapter 39 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 39, Tramping Abroad. It was now going on 10 years since the publication of The Innocents Abroad, and there was a demand for another Mark Twain book of travel. Clemens considered the matter and decided that a walking tour in Europe might furnish the material he wanted. He spoke to his good friend, the Reverend Joe Twichell, and invited him to become his guest on such an excursion because, as he explained, he thought he could dig material enough out of Joe to make it a sound investment. As a matter of fact, he loved Twitchell's companionship and was always inviting him to share his journeys to Boston, to Bermuda, to Washington, wherever interest or fancy led him. His plan now was to take the family to Germany in the spring, and let Twichell join them later for a summer tramp down through the Black Forest and Switzerland. Meantime, the Clemens household took up the study of German. The children had a German nurse, others a German teacher. The household atmosphere became Teutonic. Of course it all amused Mark Twain, as everything amused him, but he was a good student. In a brief time he had a fair knowledge of everyday German and a really surprising vocabulary. The little family sailed in April, 1878, and a few weeks later were settled in the Schloss Hotel on a hill above Heidelberg, overlooking the beautiful old castle, the ancient town, with the Neckar winding down the hazy valley, as fair a view as there is in all Germany. Clemens found a room for his work in a small house not far from the hotel. On the day of his arrival he had pointed out this house and said he had decided to work there, that his room would be the middle one on the third floor. Mrs. Clemens laughed and thought the occupants of the house might be surprised when he came over to take possession. They amused themselves by watching his people and trying to make out what they were like. One day he went over that way, and sure enough there was a sign, "Furnished Rooms," and the one he had pointed out from the hotel was vacant. It became his study forthwith. The travelers were delighted with their location. To Howells, Clemens wrote, "Our bedroom has 2 great glass bird cages, enclosed balconies, one looking toward the Rhine valley and sunset, the other looking up the Neckar cul-de-sac, and naturally we spent nearly all our time in these. We have tables and chairs in them. It must have been a noble genius who devised this hotel. Lord, how blessed is the repose, the tranquillity of this place! Only 2 sounds, the happy clamor of the birds in the groves and the muffled music of the Neckar tumbling over the opposing dikes. It is no hardship to lie awake while nights, for thin, subdued roar has exactly the sound of a steady rain beating upon a roof. It is so healing to the spirit, and it bears up the thread of one's imaginings as the accompaniment bears up a song." Twichell was summoned for August, and wrote back eagerly at the prospect. "Oh, my! Do you realize, Mark, what a symposium it is to be? I do. To begin with, I am thoroughly tired, and the rest will be worth everything. To walk with you and talk with you for weeks together, why, it's my dream of luxury." Meantime the struggle with the awful German language went on. Rosa, the maid, was required to speak to the children only in German, though little Clara at first would have none of it. Susy, 2 years older, tried, and really made progress, but one day she said pathetically, "Mamma, I wish Rosa was made in English." And presently she was writing to Aunt Sue, Mrs. Crane, at Quarry Farm, "I know a lot of German. Everybody says I know a lot. I give you $1,000,000 to see you, and you would give $200 to see the lovely woods we see." Twichell arrived August 1st. Clemens met him at Baden-Baden, and they immediately set forth on a tramp through the Black Forest, excursioning as they pleased and having a blissful time. They did not always walk. They were likely to take a carriage or a donkey-cart or even a train when one conveniently happened along. They did not hurry, but idled and talked and gathered flowers, or gossiped with wayside natives, picturesque peasants in the Black Forest costume. In due time they crossed into Switzerland and prepared to conquer the Alps. The name Mark Twain had become about as well known in Europe as it was in America. His face, however, was less familiar. He was not often recognized in these wanderings, and his pen name was carefully concealed. It was a relief to him not to be an object of curiosity and lavish attention. Twichell's conscience now and then prompted him to reveal the truth. In one of his letters home he wrote how a young man at a hotel had especially delighted in Mark's table conversation, and how he, Twichell, had later taken the young man aside and divulged the speaker's identity. "I could not forbear telling him who Mark was, and the mingled surprise and pleasure his face exhibited made me glad I had done so." They did not climb many of the Alps on foot. They did scale the Rigi, after which Mark Twain was not in the best walking trim, though later they conquered Gemmi Pass, no small undertaking, that trail that winds up and up until the traveler has only the glaciers and white peaks and the little high-blooming flowers for company. All day long the friends would tramp and walk together, and when they did not walk they would hire a diligence or any vehicle that came handy, but whatever their means of travel, the joy of comradeship amid those superb surroundings was the same. In Twichell's letters home we get pleasant pictures of the Mark Twain of that day. "Mark to-day was immensely absorbed in flowers. He scrambled around and gathered a great variety, and manifested the intensest pleasure in them. Mark is splendid to walk with amid such grand scenery, for he talks so well about it, has such a power of strong picturesque expression. I wish you might have heard him to-day. His vigorous speech nearly did justice to the things we saw." And in another place, "He can't bear to see the whip used, or to see a horse pull hard. To-day, when the driver clucked up his horse and quickened his pace a little, Mark said, 'The fellow's got the notion that we were in a hurry.'" Another extract refers to an incident which Mark Twain also mentions in A Tramp Abroad, footnote number 8, chapter 33. End of footnote number 8. "Mark is a queer fellow. There is nothing so delights him as a swift, strong stream. You can hardly get him to leave one when once he is in the influence of its fascinations. To throw in stones and sticks seems to afford him rapture." Twichell goes on to tell how he threw some driftwood into a racing torrent, and how Mark went running downstream after it, waving and shouting in a sort of mad ecstasy. When a piece went over a fall and emerged to view in the foam below, he would jump up and down and yell. He acted just like a boy. Boy he was, then and always. Like Peter Pan, he never really grew up. That is, if growing up means to grow solemn and uninterested in play. Climbing the Gornergrat with Twichell, they sat down to rest, and a lamb from a nearby flock ventured toward them. Clemens held out his hand and called softly. The lamb ventured nearer, curious but timid. It was a scene for a painter, the great American humorist on one side of the game, and the silly little creature on the other, with the Matterhorn for a background. Mark was reminded that the time he was consuming was valuable, but to no purpose. The Gornergrat could wait. He held on with undiscouraged perseverance till he carried his point. The lamb finally put its nose in Mark's hand, and he was happy all the rest of the day. In A Tramp Abroad, Mark Twain burlesques most of the walking tour with Harris, Twichell, feeling, perhaps, that he must make humor at whatever cost. But today the other side of the picture seems more worth while. That it seemed so to him, also, even at the time, we may gather from a letter he sent after Twichell when it was all over and Twichell was on his way home. "Dear old Joe, it is actually all over. I was so low-spirited at the station yesterday, and this morning when I woke I couldn't seem to accept the dismal truth that you were really gone, and the pleasant tramping and talking at an end. Ah, my boy, it has been such a rich holiday for me, and I feel under such deep and honest obligations to you for coming. I am putting out of my mind all memory of the time when I misbehaved toward you and hurt you. I am resolved to consider it forgiven, and to store up and remember only the charming hours of the journey and the times when I was not unworthy to be with you and share a companionship which to me stands first after Livy's. Clemens had joined his family at Lausanne, and presently they journeyed down into Italy, returning later to Germany, to Munich, where they lived quietly with Fraulein Dahlweiner at No. 1A Karlstrasse, while he worked on his new book of travel. When spring came they went to Paris, and later to London, where the usual round of entertainment briefly claimed them. It was the 3rd of September, 1879, when they finally reached New York. The papers said that Mark Twain had changed in his year and a half of absence. He had somehow taken on a traveled look. One paper remarked that he looked older than when he went to Germany, and that his hair had turned quite gray. End of chapter 39. This is chapter 40 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 40, The Prince and the Pauper. They went directly to Quarry Farm, where Clemens again took up work on his book, which he hoped to have ready for early publication. But his writing did not go as well as he had hoped, and it was long after they had returned to Hartford that the book was finally in the printer's hands. Meantime he had renewed work on a story begun 2 years before at Quarry Farm. Browsing among the books there one summer day, he happened to pick up The Prince and the Page by Charlotte M. Yonge. It was a story of a prince disguised as a blind beggar, and, as Mark Twain read, an idea came to him for an altogether different story or play of his own. He would have a prince and a pauper change places, and through a series of adventures learn each the trials and burdens of the other life. He presently gave up the play idea and began it as a story. His first intention had been to make the story quite modern, using the late King Edward VII., then Prince of Wales, as his prince, but it seemed to him that it would not do to lose a prince among the slums of modern London. He could not make it seem real. So he followed back through history until he came to the little son of Henry VIII., Edward Tudor, and decided that he would do. It was the kind of a story that Mark Twain loved to read and to write. By the end of that first summer he had finished a good portion of the exciting adventures of The Prince and the Pauper, and then, as was likely to happen, the inspiration waned and the manuscript was laid aside. But with the completion of A Tramp Abroad, a task which had grown wearisome, he turned to the luxury of romance with a glad heart. To Howells he wrote that he was taking so much pleasure in the writing that he wanted to make it last. Did I ever tell you the plot of it? It begins at 9 a.m., January 27, 1547. My idea is to afford a realizing sense of the exceeding severity of the laws of that day by inflicting some of their penalties upon the king himself, and allowing him a chance to see the rest of them applied to others. Susy and Clara Clemens were old enough now to understand the story, and as he finished the chapters he read them aloud to his small home audience, a most valuable audience indeed, for he could judge from its eager interest or lack of attention just the measures of his success. These little creatures knew all about the writing of books. Susy's earliest recollection was Tom Sawyer read aloud from the manuscript. Also they knew about plays. They could not remember a time when they did not take part in evening charades, a favorite amusement in the Clemens home. Mark Twain, who always loved his home and played with his children, invented the charades and their parts for them at first, but as they grew older they did not need much help. With the Twichell and Warner children they organized a little company for their productions, and entertained the assembled households. They did not make any preparation for their parts. A word was selected and the syllables of it whispered to the little actors. Then they withdrew to the hall, where all sorts of costumes had been laid out for the evening, dressed their parts, and each group marched into the library, performed its syllable, and retired, leaving the audience of parents to guess the answer. Now and then, even at this early day, they gave little plays, and of course Mark Twain could not resist joining them. In time the plays took the place of the charades, and became quite elaborate, with a stage and scenery, but we shall hear of this later on. The Prince and the Pauper came to an end in due season, in spite of the wish of both author and audience for it to go on forever. It was not published at once, for several reasons, the main one being that A Tramp Abroad had just been issued from the press, and a second book might interfere with its sale. As it was, The Tramp proved a successful book, never as successful as The Innocents, for neither its humor nor its description had quite the fresh quality of the earlier work. In the beginning, however, the sales were large, the advance orders amounting to 25,000 copies, and the return to the author $40,000 for the first year. End of chapter 40. This is chapter 41 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 41, General Grant at Hartford. A third little girl came to the Clemens household during the summer of 1880. They were then at Quarry Farm, and Clemens wrote to his friend Twichell, "Dear old Joe, concerning Jean Clemens, if anybody said he didn't see no pints about that frog that's any better than any other frog, I should think he was convicting himself of being a pretty poor sort of an observer. It is curious to note the change in the stock quotations of the Affection Board. 4 weeks ago the children put Mama at the head of the list right along, where she has always been. But now Jean, Mama, Motley, cat, Fraulein, cat, Papa. That is the way it stands now. Mama is become number 2. I have dropped from 4 and become number 5. Some time ago it used to be nip and tuck between me and the cats, but after the cats developed I didn't stand any more show." Those were happy days at Quarry Farm. The little new baby thrived on that summer hilltop. Also, it may be said, the cats. Mark Twain's children had inherited his love for cats, and at the farm were always cats of all ages and varieties. Many of the bedtime stories were about these pets, stories invented by Mark Twain as he went along, stories that began anywhere and ended nowhere, and continued indefinitely from evening to evening, trailing off into dreamland. The great humorist cared less for dogs, though he was never unkind to them, and once at the farm a gentle hound named Bones won his affection. When the end of the summer came and Clemens, as was his habit, started down the drive ahead of the carriage, Bones, half-way to the entrance, was waiting for him. Clemens stooped down, put his arms about him, and bade him an affectionate good-bye. 1880 was a presidential year. Mark Twain was for General Garfield, and made a number of remarkable speeches in his favor. General Grant came to Hartford during the campaign, and Mark Twain was chosen to make the address of welcome. Perhaps no such address of welcome was ever made before. It began, "I am among those deputed to welcome you to the sincere and cordial hospitalities of Hartford, the city of the historic and revered Charter Oak, of which most of the town is built." He seemed to be at a loss what to say next, and, leaning over, pretended to whisper to Grant. Then, as if he had been prompted by the great soldier, he straightened up and poured out a fervid eulogy on Grant's victories, adding, in an aside, as he finished, "I nearly forgot that part of my speech.
to the roaring delight of his hearers, while Grant himself grimly smiled. He then spoke of the General being now out of public employment, and how grateful his country was to him, and how it stood ready to reward him in every conceivable inexpensive way. Grant had smiled more than once during the speech, and when this sentence came out at the end his composure broke up altogether, while the throng shouted approval. Clemens made another speech that night at the Opera House, a speech long remembered in Hartford as one of the great efforts of his life. A very warm friendship had grown up between Mark Twain and General Grant. A year earlier, on the famous soldier's return from his trip around the world, a great birthday banquet had been given him in Chicago, at which Mark Twain's speech had been the event of the evening. The colonel, who long before had chased the young pilot-soldier through the Mississippi bottoms, had become his conquering hero, and Grant's admiration for America's foremost humorist was most hearty. Now and again Clemens urged General Grant to write his memoirs for publication, but the hero of many battles was afraid to venture into the field of letters. He had no confidence in his ability to write. He did not realize that the man who had written, "I will fight it out on this line if it takes all summer," and later, "Let us have peace," was capable of English as terse and forceful as the Latin of Caesar's commentaries. End of chapter 41. This is chapter 42 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 42, Many Investments. The Prince and the Pauper, delayed for one reason and another, did not make its public appearance until the end of 1881. It was issued by Osgood of Boston, and was a different book in every way from any that Mark Twain had published before. Mrs. Clemens, who loved the story, had insisted that no expense should be spared in its making, and it was, indeed, a handsome volume. It was filled with beautiful pen and ink drawings, and the binding was rich. The dedication to its two earliest critics read, "To those good-mannered and agreeable children, Susie and Clara Clemens." The story itself was unlike anything in Mark Twain's former work. It was pure romance, a beautiful, idyllic tale, though not without his touch of humor and humanity on every page. And how breathlessly interesting it is! We may imagine that first little audience, the two good-mannered and agreeable children, drawing up in their little chairs by the fireside, hanging on every paragraph of the adventures of the wandering prince and Tom Canty, the pauper king, eager always for more. The story at first was not entirely understood by the reviewers. They did not believe it could be serious. They expected a joke in it somewhere. Some even thought they had found it. But it was not a joke, it was just a simple tale, a beautiful picture of a long-vanished time. One critic, wiser than the rest, said, "The characters of those two boys, twin in spirit, will rank with the purest and loveliest creations of child life in the realm of fiction." Mark Twain was now approaching the fullness of his fame and prosperity. The income from his writing was large. Mrs. Clemens possessed a considerable fortune of her own. They had no debts. Their home was as perfectly appointed as a home could well be. Their family life was ideal. They lived in the large, hospitable way which Mrs. Clemens had known in her youth, and which her husband, with his Southern temperament, loved. Their friends were of the world's chosen, and they were legion in number. There were always guests in the Clemens home, so many, indeed, were constantly coming and going that Mark Twain said he was going to set up a private bus to save carriage hire, yet he loved it all dearly, and for the most part realized his happiness. Unfortunately, there were moments when he forgot that his lot was satisfactory, and tried to improve it. His Colonel Sellers imagination, inherited from both sides of his family, led him into financial adventures which were generally unprofitable. There were no silver mines in the East into which to empty money and effort, as in the old Nevada days, but there were plenty of other things, inventions, stock companies, and the like. When a man came along with a patent steam generator which would save 90% of the usual coal supply, Mark Twain invested whatever bank surplus he had at the moment, and saw that money no more forever. After the steam generator came a steam pulley, a small affair, but powerful enough to relieve him of $32,000 in a brief time. A new method of marine telegraphy was offered him by the time his balance had grown again, a promising contrivance, but it failed to return the $25,000 invested in it by Mark Twain. The list of such adventures is too long to set down here. They differ somewhat, but there is one feature common to all: none of them paid. At last came a chance in which there was really a fortune. A certain Alexander Graham Bell, an inventor, one day appeared, offering stock in an invention for carrying the human voice on an electric wire. But Mark Twain had grown wise, he thought. Long after, he wrote: "I declined. I said I did not want any more to do with wildcat speculation. I said I didn't want it at any price. He, Bell, became eager, and insisted I take $500 worth. He said he would sell me as much as I wanted for $500, offered to let me gather it up in my hands and measure it in a plug hat, said I could have a whole hatful for $500, but I was a burnt child and resisted all these temptations, resisted them easily, went off with my money, and next day lent 5,000 of it to a friend who was going to go bankrupt 3 days later. It was the chance of fortune thus thrown away which, perhaps, led him to take up later with an engraving process, an adventure which lasted through several years and ate up a heavy sum. Altogether, these experiences in finance cost Mark Twain a fair-sized fortune, though, after all, they were as nothing compared with the great type-machine calamity which we shall hear of in a later chapter. End of chapter 42. This is Chapter 43 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, Chapter 43, Back to the River with Bixby. Fortunately, Mark Twain was not greatly upset by his losses. They exasperated him for the moment, perhaps, but his violence waned presently, and the whole matter was put aside forever. His work went on with slight interference. Looking over his Mississippi chapters one day, he was taken with a new interest in the river, and decided to make the steamboat trip between St. Louis and New Orleans, to report the changes that had taken place in his 21 years of absence. His Boston publisher, Osgood, agreed to accompany him, and a stenographer was engaged to take down conversations and comments. At St. Louis they took passage on the steamer Gold Dust, Clemens under an assumed name, though he was promptly identified. In his book he tells how the pilot recognized him and how they became friends. Once, in later years, he said, "I spent most of my time up there with him. When we got down below Cairo, where there was a big full river, for it was high water season and there was no danger of the boat hitting anything so long as she kept in the river, I had her most of the time on his watch. He would lie down and sleep and leave me there to dream that the years had not slipped away, that there had been no war, no mining days, no literary adventures, that I was still a pilot, happy and carefree as I had been 20 years before." To heighten the illusion, he had himself called regularly with the 4 o'clock watch, in order not to miss the mornings. The points along the river were nearly all new to him, everything had changed, but during high water this mattered little. He was a pilot again, a young fellow in his 20s, speculating on the problems of existence and reading his fortunes in the stars. The river had lost none of its charm for him. To Bixby he wrote, "I'd rather be a pilot than anything else I've ever been in my life. How do you run Plum Point?" He met Bixby at New Orleans. Bixby was a captain now on the splendid new Anchor Line steamer City of Baton Rouge, one of the last of the fine river boats. Clemens made the return trip to St. Louis with Bixby on the Baton Rouge almost exactly 25 years from their first trip together. To Bixby it seemed wonderfully like those old days back in the '50s. "Sam was making notes in his memorandum book just as he always did," said Bixby long after to the writer of this history. Mark Twain decided to see the river above St. Louis. He went to Hannibal to spend a few days with old friends. "Delightful days," he wrote home, "loitering around all day long, and talking with grayheads who were boys and girls with me 30 or 40 years ago." He took boat for St. Paul and saw the upper river, which he had never seen before. He thought the scenery beautiful, but he found a sadness everywhere because of the decay of the river trade. In a notebook entry he said, "The romance of boating is gone now. In Hannibal the steamboatman is no longer a god." He worked at the Mississippi book that summer at the farm, but did not get on very well, and it was not until the following year, 1883, that it came from the press. Osgood published it, and Charles L. Webster, who had married Mark Twain's niece, Annie, daughter of his sister Pamela, looked after the agency sales. Mark Twain, in fact, was preparing to become his own publisher, and this was the beginning. Webster was a man of ability, and the book sold well. Life on the Mississippi is one of Mark Twain's best books, one of those which will live longest. The first 20 chapters are not excelled in quality anywhere in his writings. The remainder of the book has an interest of its own, but it lacks the charm of those memories of his youth, the mellow light of other days which enhances all of his better work. End of chapter 43. This is chapter 44 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 44, A Reading Tour with Cable. Every little while Mark Twain had a fever of playwriting, and it was about this time that he collaborated with W. D. Howells on a second Colonel Sellers play. It was a lively combination. Once, to the writer, Howells said, "Clemens took one scene and I another. We had loads of fun about it. We cracked our sides laughing over it as we went along. We thought it mighty good, and I think to this day it was mighty good." But actors and managers did not agree with them. Raymond, who had played the original Sellers, declared that in this play the Colonel had not become merely a visionary, but a lunatic. The play was offered elsewhere, and finally Mark Twain produced it at his own expense. But perhaps the public agreed with Raymond, for the venture did not pay. It was about a year after this, the winter of 1884-5, that Mark Twain went back to the lecture platform, or rather he joined with George W. Cable in a reading tour. Cable had been giving readings on his own account from his wonderful Creole stories, and had visited Mark Twain in Hartford. While there he had been taken down with the mumps, and it was during his convalescence that the plan for a combined reading tour had been made. This was early in the year, and the tour was to begin in the autumn. Cable, meantime, having quite recovered, conceived a plan to repay Mark Twain's hospitality. It was to be an April Fool, a great complimentary joke. A few days before the first of the month he had a "Private and Confidential" circular letter printed, and mailed it to 150 of Mark Twain's friends and admirers in Boston, New York, and elsewhere, asking that they send the humorist a letter to arrive April 1, requesting his autograph. It would seem that each one receiving this letter must have responded to it, for on the morning of April 1st an immense pile of letters was unloaded on Mark Twain's table. He did not know what to make of it, and Mrs. Clemens, who was party to the joke, slyly watched results. They were the most absurd requests for autographs ever written. He was fooled and mystified at first. Then, realizing the nature and magnitude of the joke, he entered into it fully delighted, of course, for it was really a fine compliment. Some of the letters asked for autographs by the yard, some by the pound. Some commanded him to sit down and copy a few chapters from The Innocents Abroad. Others asked that his autograph be attached to a check. John Hay requested that he copy a hymn, a few hundred lines of Young's Night Thoughts, etc., and added, "I want my boy to form a taste for serious and elevated poetry, and it will add considerable commercial value to have it in your handwriting." Altogether, the reading of the letters gave Mark Twain a delightful day. The platform tour of Clemens and Cable that fall was a success. They had good houses, and the work of these two favorites, read by the authors of it, made a fascinating program. They continued their tour westward as far as Chicago and gave readings in Hannibal and Keokuk. Orion Clemens and his wife once more lived in Keokuk, and with them Jane Clemens, brisk and active for her 81 years. She had visited Hartford more than once and enjoyed Sam's fine house, but she chose the West for home. Orion Clemens, honest, earnest, and industrious, had somehow missed success in life. The more prosperous brother, however, made an allowance ample for all. Mark Twain's mother attended the Keokuk reading. Later, at home, when her children asked her if she could still dance, she had been a great dancer in her youth. She rose, and in spite of her fourscore, tripped as lightly as a girl. It was the last time that Mark Twain would see her in full health. At Christmas time Cable and Clemens took a fortnight's holiday, and Clemens went home to Hartford. There a grand surprise awaited him. Mrs. Clemens had made an adaptation of The Prince and the Pauper for the stage, and his children, with those of the neighborhood, had learned the parts. A good stage had been set up in George Warner's home, with a pretty drop curtain and very good scenery indeed. Clemens arrived in the late afternoon, and felt an air of mystery in the house, but did not guess what it meant. By and by he was led across the grounds to George Warner's home, into a large room, and placed in a seat directly fronting the stage. Then presently the curtain went up, the play began, and he knew. As he watched the little performers playing so eagerly the parts of his story, he was deeply moved and gratified. It was only the beginning of the Prince and the Pauper production. The play was soon repeated, Clemens himself taking the part of Miles Hendon. In a biography of her father, which Susy began a little later, she wrote, "Papa had only 3 days to learn the part in, but still we were all sure he could do it. I was the Prince, and Papa and I rehearsed 2 or 3 times a day for the 3 days before the appointed evening. Papa acted his part beautifully, and he added to the scene, making it a good deal longer. He was inexpressibly funny, with his great slouch hat and gait. Oh, such a gait!" Susy's sister Clara took the part of Lady Jane Grey, while little Jean, aged 4, in the part of a court official, sat at a small table and constantly signed state papers and death warrants. End of chapter 44. This is chapter 45 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 45, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Meantime, Mark Twain had really become a publisher. His nephew by marriage, Charles L. Webster, who, with Osgood, had handled the Mississippi book, was now established under the firm name of Charles L. Webster and Company, Samuel L. Clemens being the company. Clemens had another book ready, and the new firm were to handle it throughout. The new book was a story which Mark Twain had begun one day at Quarry Farm nearly 8 years before. It was to be a continuation of the adventures of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, especially of the latter, as told by himself. But the author had no great opinion of the tale, and presently laid it aside. Then, some 7 years later, after his trip down the river, he felt again the inspiration of the old days, and the story of Huck's adventures had been continued and brought to a close. The author believed in it by this time, and the firm of Webster and Company was really formed for the purpose of publishing it. Mark Twain took an active interest in the process. From the pages of life he selected an artist, a young man named E. W. Kemble, who would later become one of our foremost illustrators of Southern character. He also gave attention to the selection of the paper and the binding, even to the method of canvassing for the sales. In a note to Webster he wrote, "Get at your canvassing early, and drive it with all your might. If we haven't 40,000 subscriptions, we simply postpone publication till we've got them." Mark Twain was making himself believe that he was a business man, and in this instance, at least, he seems to have made no mistake. Some advanced chapters of Huck appeared serially in the Century magazine, and the public was eager for more. By the time the Century chapters were finished, the 40,000 advance subscriptions for the book had been taken, and Huck Finn's own story, so long pushed aside and delayed, came grandly into its own. Many grown-up readers and most critics declared that it was greater than the Tom Sawyer book, though the younger readers generally like the first book the best, it being rather more in the juvenile vein. Huck's story, in fact, was soon causing quite grown-up discussions as to its psychology and moral phases, matters which do not interest small people, who are always on Huck's side in everything, and quite willing that he should take any risk of body or soul for the sake of Nigger Jim. Poor vagrant Ben Blankenship, hiding his runaway negro in an Illinois swamp, could not dream that his humanity would one day supply the moral episode for an immortal book. As literature, the story of Huck Finn holds a higher place than that of Tom Sawyer. As stories, they stand side by side, neither complete without the other, and both certain to live as long as there are real boys and girls to read them. End of chapter 45. This is chapter 46 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 46, Publisher to General Grant. Mark Twain was now a successful publisher, but his success thus far was nothing to what lay just ahead. One evening he learned that General Grant, after heavy financial disaster, had begun writing the memoirs which he, Clemens, had urged him to undertake some years before. Next morning he called on the General to learn the particulars. Grant had contributed some articles to the Century War Series, and felt in a mood to continue the work. He had discussed with the Century publishers the matter of a book. Clemens suggested that such a book should be sold only by subscription, and prophesied its enormous success. General Grant was less sure. His need of money was very great, and he was anxious to get as much return as possible, but his faith was not large. He was inclined to make no special efforts in the matter of publication. But Mark Twain prevailed. Like his own Colonel Sellers, he talked glowingly and eloquently of millions. He first offered to direct the General to his own former subscription publisher at Hartford, then finally proposed to publish it himself, offering Grant 70% of the net returns, and to pay all office expenses out of his own share. Of course there could be nothing for any publisher in such an arrangement unless the sales were enormous. General Grant realized this, and at first refused to consent. Here was a friend offering to bankrupt himself out of pure philanthropy, a thing he could not permit. But Mark Twain came again and again, and finally persuaded him that purely as business proposition the offer was warranted by the certainty of great sales. So the firm of Charles L. Webster & Company undertook the Grant book, and the old soldier, broken in health and fortune, was liberally provided with means that would enable him to finish his task with his mind at peace. He devoted himself steadily to the work, at first writing by hand, then dictating to a stenographer that Webster & Company provided. His disease, cancer, made fierce ravages, but he fought it out on that line, and wrote the last pages of his memoirs by hand when he could no longer speak aloud. Mark Twain was much with him, and cheered him with anecdotes and news of the advanced sale of his book. In one of his memoranda of that time Clemens wrote, "Today, May 26, talked with General Grant about his and my first great Missouri campaign in 1861. He surprised an empty camp near Florida, Missouri, on Salt River, which I had been occupying a day or two before. How near he came to playing the D with his future publisher." At Mount McGregor, a few weeks before the end,
General Grant asked if any estimate could now be made of the sum which his family would obtain from his work, and was deeply comforted by Clemens's prompt reply that more than 100,000 sets had already been sold, the author's share of which would exceed $150,000. Clemens added that the gross return would probably be twice as much more. The last notes came from Grant's hand soon after that, and a few days later, July 23, 1881, his task completed, he died. To Henry Ward Beecher, Clemens wrote, "One day he put his pencil aside and said there was nothing more to do. If I had been there I could have foretold the shock that struck the world 3 days later." In a memorandum estimate made by Mark Twain soon after the canvass for the Grant memoirs had begun, he had prophesied that 300,000 sets of the book would be sold, and that he would pay General Grant in royalties $420,000. This prophecy was more than fulfilled. The first check paid to Mrs. Grant, the largest single royalty check in history, was for $200,000. Later payments brought her royalty return up to nearly $450,000. For once, at least, Mark Twain's business vision had been clear. A fortune had been realized for the Grant family. Even his own share was considerable, for out of that great sale more than $100,000 profit was realized by Webster & Company. End of chapter 46. This is chapter 47 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 47, The High Tide of Fortune. That summer at Quarry Farm was one of the happiest they had ever known. Mark Twain, nearing 50, was in the fullness of his manhood and in the brightest hour of his fortune. Susy, in her childish biography, begun at this time, gives us a picture of him. She begins, "We are a happy family. We consist of Papa, Mama, Jean, Clara, and me. It is Papa I am writing about, and I shall have no trouble in not knowing what to say about him, as he is a very striking character. Papa's appearance has been described many times, but very incorrectly. He has beautiful curly gray hair, not any too thick or any too long, just right, a Roman nose which greatly improves the beauty of his features, kind blue eyes, and a small mustache. He has a wonderfully shaped head and profile. He has a very good figure. In short, he is an extraordinarily fine-looking man. He is a very good man, and a very funny one. He has got a temper, but we all have in this family. He is the loveliest man I ever saw, or ever hope to see, and, oh, so absent-minded." We may believe this is a true picture of Mark Twain at 50. He did not look young for his years, but he was still young in spirit and body. Susy tells how he blew bubbles for the children, filling them with tobacco smoke; also how he would play with the cats and come clear down from his study to see how a certain kitten was getting along. Susy adds that "there are 11 cats at the farm now," and tells of the day's occupations, but the description is too long to quote. It reveals a beautiful, busy life. Susy herself was a gentle, thoughtful, romantic child. One afternoon she discovered a wonderful tangle of vines and bushes, a still shut-in corner not far from the study. She ran breathlessly to her aunt. "Can I have it? Can Clara and I have it all for our own?" The petition was granted, and the place was called Helen's Bower, for they were reading Thaddeus of Warsaw, and the name appealed to Susy's poetic fancy. Something happened to the bower, an unromantic workman mowed it down, but by this time there was a little house there which Mrs. Clemens had built just for the children. It was a complete little cottage when furnished. There was a porch in front, with comfortable chairs. Inside were also chairs, a table, dishes, shelves, a broom, even a stove, small but practical. They called the little house Ellerslie, out of Grace Aguilar's Days of Robert Bruce. There alone, or with their Langdon cousins, how many happy summers they played and dreamed away. Secluded by a hillside and happy trees overlooking the hazy, distant town, it was a world apart, a corner of story-book land. When the end of the summer came, its little owners went about bidding their treasures good-bye, closing and kissing the gates of Ellerslie. Looking back now, Mark Twain at 50 would seem to have been in his golden prime. His family was ideal, his surroundings idyllic. Favored by fortune, beloved by millions, honored now even in the highest places, what more had life to give? When November 30th brought his birthday, one of the great Brahmins, Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, wrote him a beautiful poem. Andrew Lang, England's foremost critic, also sent verses, while letters poured in from all sides. And Mark Twain realized his fortune and was disturbed by it. To a friend he said, "I am frightened at the proportions of my prosperity. It seems to me that whatever I touch turns to gold." End of chapter 47. This is chapter 48 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 48. Business Difficulties. Pleasanter Things. For the time it would seem that Mark Twain had given up authorship for business. The success of the Grant book had filled his head with plans for others of a like nature. Memoirs of General McClellan and General Sheridan were arranged for. Almost any war book was considered a good venture, and there was another plan afoot. Pope Leo XIII, in his old age, had given sanction to the preparation of his memoirs, and it was to be published, with his blessing, by Webster & Company of Hartford. It was generally believed that such a book would have a tremendous sale, and Colonel Sellers himself could not have piled the figures higher than did his creator in counting his prospective returns. Every Catholic in the world must have a copy of the Pope's book, and in America alone there were millions. Webster went to Rome to consult with the Pope in person, and was received in private audience. Mark Twain's publishing firm seemed on the top wave of success. The McClellan and Sheridan books were issued, and in due time the Life of Pope Leo XIII, published simultaneously in 6 languages, issued from the press. A large advance sale had been guaranteed by the general canvassing agents, a fortunate thing as it proved, for, strange as it may seem, the book did not prove a great success. It is hard to explain just why. Perhaps Catholics felt that there had been so many popes that the life of any particular one was no great matter. The book paid, but not largely. The McClellan and Sheridan books likewise were only partially successful. Perhaps the public was getting tired of war memoirs. Webster & Company undertook books of a general sort, travel, fiction, poetry. Many of them did not pay. Their business, from a march of triumph, had become a battle. They undertook a Library of American Literature, a work of many volumes, costly to make and even more so to sell. To float this venture they were obliged to borrow large sums. It seems unfortunate that Mark Twain should have been disturbed by these distracting things during what should have been his literary high tide. As it was, his business interests and cares absorbed the energy that might otherwise have gone into books. He was not entirely idle. He did an occasional magazine article or story, and he began a book which he worked at from time to time, the story of a Connecticut Yankee who suddenly finds himself back in the days of King Arthur's reign. Webster was eager to publish another book by his great literary partner, but the work on it went slowly. Then Webster broke down from 2 years of overwork, and the business management fell into other hands. Though still recognized as a great publishing house, those within the firm of Charles L. Webster & Company knew that its prospects were not bright. Furthermore, Mark Twain had finally invested in another patent, the type-setting machine mentioned in a former chapter, and the demands for cash to promote this venture were heavy. To his sister Pamela, about the end of 1887, he wrote, "The type-setter goes on forever at $3,000 a month. We'll be through with it in 3 or 4 months, I reckon." A false hope, for the 3 or 4 months would lengthen into as many years. But if there were clouds gathering in the business sky, They were not often allowed to cast a shadow in Mark Twain's home. The beautiful house in Hartford was a place of welcome and merriment, of many guests and of happy children. Especially of happy children. During these years, the latter half of the '80s, when Mark Twain's fortunes were on the decline, his children were at the age to have a good time, and certainly they had it. The dramatic stage which had been first set up at George Warner's for the Christmas "Prince and Pauper" performance was brought over and set up in the Clemens schoolroom, and every Saturday there were plays or rehearsals, and every little while there would be a grand general performance in the great library downstairs, which would accommodate just 84 chairs, filled by parents of the performers and invited guests. In notes dictated many years later, Mark Twain said: "We dined as we could, probably with a neighbor, and by 7:45 in the evening the hickory fire in the hall was pouring a sheet of flame up the chimney, the house was in a drench of gaslight from the ground floor up, the guests were arriving, and there was a babel of hearty greetings, with not a voice in it that was not old and familiar and affectionate. And when the curtain went up, we looked out from the stage upon none but faces dear to us, none but faces that were lit up with welcome for us." He was one of the children himself, you see, and therefore on the stage with the others. Katie Leary, for 30 years in the family service, once said to the author: "The children were crazy about acting, and we all enjoyed it as much as they did, especially Mr. Clemens, who was best actor of all. I have never known a happier household than theirs was during those years." The plays were not all given by the children. Mark Twain had kept up his German study, and a class met regularly in his home to struggle with the problems of der, die, and das. By and by he wrote a play for the class, Meisterschaft, a picturesque mixture of German and English, which they gave twice, with great success. It was unlike anything attempted before or since. No one but Mark Twain could have written it. Later, January 1888, in modified form, it was published in the Century magazine. It is his best work of this period. Many pleasant and amusing things could be recalled from these days if one only had room. A visit with Robert Louis Stevenson was one of them. Stevenson was stopping at a small hotel near Washington Square, and he and Clemens sat on a bench in the sunshine and talked through at least one golden afternoon. What marvelous talk that must have been! Huck Finn was one of Stevenson's favorites, and once he told how he had insisted on reading the book aloud to an artist who was painting his portrait. The painter had protested at first, but presently had fallen a complete victim to Huck's story. Once in a letter Stevenson wrote: "My father, an old man, has been prevailed upon to read Roughing It, his usual amusement being found in theology, and after one evening spent with the book he declared, 'I am frightened. It cannot be safe for a man at my time of life to laugh so much.'" Mark Twain had been a mugwump during the Blame Cleveland campaign in 1880, which means that he had supported the independent Democratic candidate Grover Cleveland. He was, therefore, in high favor at the White House during both Cleveland administrations, and called there informally whenever business took him to Washington. But on one occasion, it was his first visit after the President's marriage, there was to be a party, and Mrs. Clemens, who could not attend, slipped a little note into the pocket of his evening waistcoat, where he would be sure to find it when dressing, warning him as to his deportment. Being presented to young Mrs. Cleveland, he handed her a card on which he had written, "He didn't," and asked her to sign her name below those words. Mrs. Cleveland protested that she must know first what it was that he hadn't done, finally agreeing to sign if he would tell her immediately all about it, which he promised to do. She signed, and he handed her Mrs. Clemens' note. It was very brief. It said, "Don't wear your arctics in the White House." Mrs. Cleveland summoned a messenger and had the card mailed immediately to Mrs. Clemens. Absent-mindedness was characteristic of Mark Twain. He lived so much in the world within that to him the material outer world was often vague and shadowy. Once, when he was knocking the balls about in the billiard-room, George, the colored butler, a favorite and privileged household character, brought up a card. So many canvassers came to sell him one thing and another that Clemens promptly assumed this to be one of them. George insisted mildly but firmly that, though a stranger, the caller was certainly a gentleman, and Clemens grumblingly descended the stairs. As he entered the parlor the caller arose and extended his hand. Clemens took it rather limply, for he had noticed some water-colors and engravings leaning against the furniture as if for exhibition, and he was instantly convinced that the caller was a picture canvasser. Inquiries by the stranger as to Mrs. Clemens and the children did not change Mark Twain's conclusion. He was polite but unresponsive, and gradually worked the visitor toward the front door. His inquiry as to the home of Charles Dudley Warner caused him to be shown eagerly in that direction. Clemens, on his way back to the billiard-room, heard Mrs. Clemens call him. She was ill that day. "Youth?" "Yes, Livy." He went in for a word. "George brought me Mr. B.'s card. I hope you were nice to him. The B.'s were so nice to us once in Europe while you were gone." "The B.'s? Why, Livy!" "Yes, of course, and I asked him to be sure to call when he came to Hartford." "Well, he's been here." "Oh, Youth, have you done anything?" "Yes, of course I have. He seemed to have some pictures to sell, so I sent him over to Warner's. I noticed he didn't take them with him. Land sakes, Livy, what can I do?" "Go right after him. Go quick. Tell him what you have done." He went without further delay, bareheaded and in his slippers as usual. Warner and B. were in cheerful conversation. They had met before. Clemens entered gaily. "Oh, yes, I see. You found him all right. Charlie, we met Mr. B. and his wife in Europe, and they made things pleasant for us. I just wanted to come over here with him, but I was a good deal occupied just then. Livy isn't very well, but she seems now a good deal better, so I just followed along to have a good talk all together." He stayed an hour, and whatever bad impression had formed in B.'s mind faded long before the hour ended. Returning home, Clemens noticed the pictures still on the parlor floor. "George," he said, "what pictures are these that gentleman left?" "Why, Mr. Clemens, those are our own pictures. Mrs. Clemens had me set them around to see how they would look in new places. The gentleman was only looking at them while he waited for you to come down." It was in June, 1888, that Yale College conferred upon Mark Twain the degree of Master of Arts. He was proud of the honor, for it was recognition of a kind that had not come to him before, remarkable recognition when we remember how as a child he had hated all schools and study, having ended his classroom days before he was 12 years old. He could not go to New Haven at the time, but later in the year made the students a delightful address. In his capacity of Master of Arts, he said, he had come down to New Haven to institute certain college reforms. "By advice, I turned my earliest attention to the Greek department. I told the Greek professor I had concluded to drop the use of the Greek written character, because it is so hard to spell with and so impossible to read after you get it spelt. Let us draw the curtain there. I saw by what followed that nothing but early neglect saved him from being a very profane man." He said he had given advice to the mathematical department with about the same result. The astronomy department he had found in a bad way. He had decided to transfer the professor to the law department and to put a law student in his place. "A boy will be more biddable, more tractable, also cheaper. It is true he cannot be entrusted with important work at first, but he can comb the skies for nebula till he gets his hand in." It was hardly the sort of an address that the holder of a college degree is expected to make, but doctors and students alike welcomed it hilariously for Mark Twain. Not many great things happened to Mark Twain during this long period of semi-literary inaction, but many interesting ones. When Bill Nye, the humorist, and James Whitcomb Riley joined themselves in an entertainment combination, Mark Twain introduced them to their first Boston audience, a great event to them and to Boston. Clemens himself gave a reading now and then, but not for money. Once, when Colonel Richard Malcolm Johnston and Thomas Nelson Page were to give a reading in Baltimore, Page's wife fell ill, and Colonel Johnston wired to Charles Dudley Warner, asking him to come in Page's stead. Warner, unable to go, handed the telegram to Clemens, who promptly answered that he would come. They read to a packed house, and when the audience had gone and the returns were counted, an equal amount was handed to each of the authors. Clemens pushed his share over to Johnston, saying, "That's yours, Colonel. I'm not reading for money these days." Colonel Johnston, to whom the sum was important, tried to thank him, but Clemens only said, "Never mind, Colonel. It only gives me pleasure to do you that little favor. You can pass it along some day." As a matter of fact, Mark Twain himself was beginning to be hard-pressed for funds at this time, but was strong in the faith that he would presently be a multimillionaire. The type-setting machine was still costing a vast sum, but each week its inventor promised that a few more weeks or months would see it finished, and then a tide of wealth would come rolling in. Mark Twain felt that a man with shiploads of money almost in port could not properly entertain the public for pay. He read for institutions, schools, benefits, and the like, without charge. End of chapter 48. This is chapter 49 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 49, Kipling at Elmira. L.C. Leslie, The Yankee. One day, during the summer of 1889, a notable meeting took place in Elmira. On a blazing forenoon a rather small and very hot young man in a slow, sizzling hack made his way up East Hill to Quarry Farm. He inquired for Mark Twain, only to be told that he was at the Langdon home, down in the town which the young man had just left. So he sat for a little time on the pleasant veranda, and Mrs. Crane and Susy Clemens, who were there, brought him some cool milk and listened to him talk in a way which seemed to them very entertaining and wonderful. When he went away he left his card with a name on it strange to them, strange to the world at that time. The name was Rudyard Kipling. Also on the card was the address Allahabad, and Sissy kept it because to her India was fairyland. Kipling went down into Elmira and found Mark Twain. In his book, American Notes, he has left an account of that visit. He claimed that he had traveled around the world to see Mark Twain, and his article begins, "You are a contemptible lot over yonder. Some of you are commissioners, and some are lieutenant governors, and some have the V.C., and a few are privileged to walk about the Mall arm in arm with the Viceroy. But I have seen Mark Twain this golden morning, have shaken his hand and smoked a cigar, no, 2 cigars with him, and talked with him for more than 2 hours." But one should read the article entire. It is so worth while. Clemens also, long after, dictated an account of the meeting. "Kipling came down and spent a couple of hours with me, and at the end of that time I had surprised him as much as he had surprised me, and the honors were easy. I believed that he knew more than any person I had met before, and I knew that he knew that I knew less than any person he had met before. When he had gone, Mrs. Langdon wanted to know about my visitor. I said, 'He is a stranger to me, but he is a most remarkable man, and I am the other one. Between us we cover all knowledge. He knows all that can be known, and I know the rest.' He was a stranger to me and all the world, and remained so for 12 months, but then he became suddenly known and universally known. George Warner came into our library one morning in Hartford with a small book in his hand, and asked me if I had ever heard of Rudyard Kipling. I said no. He said I would hear of him very soon, and that the noise he made would be loud and continuous.
A day or two later he brought a copy of the London World, which had a sketch of Kipling in it, and a mention of the fact that he had traveled in the United States. According to the sketch, he had passed through Elmira. This remark, with the additional fact that he hailed from India, attracted my attention, also Susy's. She went to her room and brought his card from its place in the frame of her mirror, and the Quarry Farm visitor stood identified. A theatrical production of The Prince and the Pauper, dramatized by Mrs. A. S. Richardson, was one of the events of this period. It was a charming performance, even if not a great financial success, and little Elsie Leslie, who played the double part of the Prince and Tom Canty, became a great favorite in the Clemens home. She was also a favorite of the actor and playwright William Gillette. Footnote number 9. Gillette was originally a Hartford boy. Mark Twain had recognized his ability, advanced him funds with which to complete his dramatic education, and Gillette's first engagement seems to have been with the Colonel Sellers Company. Mark Twain often advanced money in the interest of education. A young sculptor he sent to Paris for 2 years' study. Among others, he paid the way of 2 colored students through college. End of footnote number 9. And once, when Clemens and Gillette were together, they decided to give the little girl a surprise, a pair of slippers, in fact, embroidered by themselves. In his presentation letter to her, Mark Twain wrote, "Either of us could have thought of a single slipper, but it took both of us to think of 2 slippers. In fact, one of us did think of one slipper, and then, quick as a flash, the other thought of the other one." He apologized for his delay. "You see, it was my first attempt at art, and I couldn't rightly get the hang of it along at first. And then I was so busy I couldn't get a chance to work at home, and they wouldn't let me embroider on the cars. They said it made the other passengers afraid. Take the slippers and wear them next to your heart, Elsie dear, for every stitch in them is a testimony of the affection which 2 of your loyalest friends bear you. Every single stitch cost us blood. I've got twice as many pores in me now as I used to have. Do not wear these slippers in public, dear. It would only excite envy, and as like as not somebody would try to shoot you." For 5 years Mark Twain had not published a book. Since the appearance of Huck Finn at the end of 1884, he had given the public only an occasional magazine story or article. His business struggle and the type-setter had consumed not only his fortune, but his time and energy. Now at last, however, a book was ready. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court came from the press of Webster & Company at the end of 1889. A handsome book, elaborately and strikingly illustrated by Dan Beard, a pretentious volume which Mark Twain really considered his last. "It's my swan song, my retirement from literature permanently," he wrote Howells, though certainly he was young, 54, to have reached this conclusion. The story of Yankee, a fanciful narrative of a skilled Yankee mechanic swept backward through the centuries to the dim day of Arthur and his Round Table, is often grotesque enough in its humor, but under it all is Mark Twain's great humanity in fierce and noble protest against unjust laws, the tyranny of an individual or of a ruling class, oppression of any sort. As in The Prince and the Pauper, the wandering heir to the throne is brought in contact with cruel injustice and misery, so in The Yankee the king himself becomes one of a band of fettered slaves, and through degradation and horror of soul acquires mercy and humility. The Yankee in King Arthur's Court is a splendidly imagined tale. Edmund Clarence Stedman and William Dean Howells have ranked it very high. Howells once wrote, "Of all the fanciful schemes in fiction, it pleases me most." The Yankee has not held its place in public favor with Mark Twain's earlier books, but it is a wonderful tale, and we cannot afford to leave it unread. When the summer came again, Mark Twain and his family decided for once to forego Quarry Farm for a season in the Catskills, and presently found themselves located in a cottage at Onteora in the midst of a most delightful colony.
Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge, then editor of St. Nicholas, was there, and Mrs. Custer and Brander Matthews and Lawrence Hutton, and a score of other congenial spirits. There was constant visiting from one cottage to another, with frequent gatherings at the inn, which was general headquarters. Susy Clemens, now 18, was a central figure, brilliant, eager, intense, ambitious for achievement, lacking only in physical strength. She was so flower-like, it seemed always that her fragile body must be consumed by the flame of her spirit. It was a happy summer, but it closed sadly. Clemens was called to Keokuk in August, to his mother's bedside. A few weeks later came the end, and Jane Clemens had closed her long and useful life. She was in her 88th year. A little later, at Elmira, followed the death of Mrs. Clemens's mother, a sweet and gentle woman. End of chapter 49. This is chapter 50 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 50, The Machine, Goodbye to Hartford. Joan is begun. It was hoped that the profits from the Yankee would provide for all needs until the great sums which were to come from the typesetter should come rolling in. The book did yield a large return, but alas, the hope of the typesetter, deferred year after year and month after month, never reached fulfillment. Its inventor, James W. Page, whom Mark Twain once called "a poet, a most great and genuine poet, whose sublime creations are written in steel," during 10 years of persistent experiment had created one of the most marvelous machines ever constructed. It would set and distribute type, adjust the spaces, detect flaws, would perform, in fact, anything that a human being could do, with more exactness and far more swiftness. Mark Twain himself, a practical printer, seeing it in its earlier stages of development, and realizing what a fortune must come from a perfect type-setting machine, was willing to furnish his last dollar to complete the invention. But there the trouble lay. It could never be complete. It was too intricate, too much like a human being, too easy to get out of order, too hard to set right. Page, fully confident, always believed he was just on the verge of perfecting some appliance that would overcome all difficulties, and the machine finally consisted of 20,000 minutely exact parts, each of which required expert workmanship and had to be fitted by hand. Mark Twain once wrote, "All other wonderful inventions of the human brain sink pretty nearly into commonplaces contrasted with this awful mechanical miracle." This was true, and it conveys the secret of its failure. It was too much of a miracle to be reliable. Sometimes it would run steadily for hours, but then some part of its delicate mechanism would fail, and days, even weeks, were required to repair it. It is all too long a story to be given here. It has been fully told elsewhere. Footnote number 10. At Mark Twain's death his various literary effects passed into the hands of his biographer and literary executor, the present writer. End of footnote number 10. By the end of 1890 Mark Twain had put in all his available capital, and was heavily in debt. He had spent $190,000 on the machine, no penny of which would ever be returned. Outside capital to carry on the enterprise was promised, but it failed him. Still believing that there were millions in it, he realized that for the present at least he could do no more. Two things were clear: he must fall back to authorship for revenue, and he must retrench. In the present low stage of his fortunes he could no longer afford to live in the Hartford house. He decided to take the family abroad, where living was cheaper, and where he might be able to work with fewer distractions. He began writing at a great rate articles and stories for the magazines. He hunted out the old play he had written with Howells long before, and made a book of it, The American Claimant. Then, in June 1891, they closed the beautiful Hartford house, where for 17 years they had found an ideal home, where the children had grown through their sweet early life, where the world's wisest had come and gone, pausing a little to laugh with the world's greatest merrymaker. The furniture was shrouded, the curtains drawn, the light shut away. While the carriage was waiting, Mrs. Clemens went back and took a last look into each of the rooms, as if bidding a kind of good-bye to the past. Then she entered the carriage, and Patrick McAleer, who had been with Mark Twain and his wife since their wedding day, drove them to the station for the last time. Mark Twain had a contract for 6 newspaper letters at $1,000 each. He was troubled with rheumatism in his arm, and wrote his first letter from Aix-les-Bains, a watering place, a health factory, as he called it, and another from Marienbad. They were in Germany in August, and one day came to Heidelberg, where they occupied their old apartment of 13 years before, room 40 in the Schloss Hotel, with its far prospect of wood and hill, the winding Neckar, and the blue, distant valley of the Rhine. Then, presently, they came to Switzerland, to Ouchy-Lausanne by lovely Lake Geneva, and here Clemens left the family, and with a guide and a boatman went drifting down the Rhone in a curious flat-bottomed craft, thinking to find material for one or more articles, possibly for a book. But drifting down that fair river through still September days, past ancient, drowsy villages, among sloping vineyards where grapes were ripening in the tranquil sunlight, was too restful and soothing for work. In a letter home he wrote, "It's too delicious, floating with the swift current under the awning these superb sunshiny days, in peace and quietness. Some of the curious old historical towns strangely persuade me, but it's so lovely afloat that I don't stop, but view them from the outside and sail on. I want to do all the rivers of Europe in an open boat in summer weather." One afternoon, about 15 miles below the city of Valence, he made a discovery. Dreamily observing the eastward horizon, he noticed that a distant blue mountain presented a striking profile outline of Napoleon Bonaparte. It seemed really a great natural wonder, and he stopped that night at the village just below, Beauchastel, a hoary huddle of houses with the roofs all run together, and took a room at the little hotel, with a window looking to the eastward, from which, next morning, he saw the profile of the great stone face, wonderfully outlined against the sunrise. He was excited over his discovery, and made a descriptive note of it and an outline sketch. Then, drifting farther down the river, he characteristically forgot all about it and did not remember it again for 10 years, by which time he had forgotten the point on the river where the Napoleon could be seen, forgotten even that he had made a note and sketch giving full details. He wished the Napoleon to be found again, believing, as he declared, that it would become one of the natural wonders of the world. To travelers going to France he attempted to describe it, and some of these tried to find it, but as he located it too far down the Rhone, no one reported success, and in time he spoke of his discovery as the lost Napoleon. It was not until after Mark Twain's death that it was rediscovered, and then by the writer of this memoir, who, having Mark Twain's own notebook, footnote number 11, at Mark Twain's death his various literary effects passed into the hands of his biographer and literary executor, the present writer, end of footnote number 11, with its exact memoranda, on another September day, motoring up the Rhone, located the blue profile of the reclining Napoleon opposite the gray village of Beauchastel. It is a really remarkable effigy, and deserves to be visited. Clemens finished his trip at Arles, a beautiful trip from beginning to end, but without literary result. When he undertook to write of it, he found that it lacked incident, and, what was worse, it lacked humor. To undertake to create both was too much. After a few chapters he put the manuscript aside unfinished, and so it remains to this day. The Clemens family spent the winter in Berlin, a gay winter, with Mark Twain as one of the distinguished figures of the German capital. He was received everywhere and made much of. Once a small choice dinner was given him by Kaiser Wilhelm II, and later a breakfast by the Empress. His books were great favorites in the German royal family. The Kaiser particularly enjoyed the Mississippi book, while the essay on the awful German language, in the Tramp Abroad, he pronounced one of the finest pieces of humor ever written. Mark Twain's books were favorites, in fact, throughout Germany. The doorman in his hotel had them all in his little room, and discovering one day that their guest, Samuel L. Clemens, and Mark Twain were one, he nearly exploded with excitement. Dragging the author to his small room, he pointed to the shelf. "There," he said, "you wrote them. I've found it out. Ach, I did not know it before, and I ask a million pardons." Affairs were not going well in America, and in June Clemens made a trip over to see what could be done. Probably he did very little, and he was back presently at Nauheim, a watering place, where he was able to work rather quietly. He began 2 stories, one of them The Extraordinary Twins, which was the first form of Pudd'nhead Wilson, the other Tom Sawyer Abroad, for St. Nicholas. Twichell came to Nauheim during the summer, and one day he and Clemens ran over to Homburg, not far away. The Prince of Wales, later King Edward VII., was there, and Clemens and Twichell, walking in the park, met the Prince with the British ambassador, and were presented. Twichell, in an account of the meeting, said, "The meeting between the Prince and Mark was a most cordial one on both sides, and presently the Prince took Mark Twain's arm, and the two marched up and down, talking earnestly together, the Prince solid, erect, and soldier-like, Clemens weaving along in his curious, swinging gait in full tide of talk, and brandishing a sun-umbrella of the most scandalous description." At Villa Viviani, an old mansion outside of Florence, on the hill toward Settignano, Mark Twain finished Tom Sawyer Abroad, also Pudd'nhead Wilson, and wrote the first half of a book that really had its beginning on the day when, an apprentice boy in Hannibal, he had found a stray leaf from the pathetic story of Joan of Arc. All his life she had been his idol, and he had meant some day to write of her. Now, in this weather-stained old palace, looking down on Florence, medieval and hazy, and across to the villa-dotted hills, he began one of the most beautiful stories ever written, The Personal Recollections of Joan of Arc. He wrote in the first person, assuming the character of Joan's secretary, Sieur Louis de Conte, who in his old age is telling the great tale of the Maid of Orleans. It was Mark Twain's purpose, this time, to publish anonymously. Walking the floor one day at Viviani, and smoking vigorously, he said to Mrs. Clemens and Susy, "I shall never be accepted seriously over my own signature. People always want to laugh over what I write, and are disappointed if they don't find a joke in it. This is to be a serious book. It means more to me than anything else I have ever undertaken. I shall write it anonymously." So it was that the gentle Sieur de Conte took up the pen, and the tale of Joan was begun in the ancient garden of Viviani, a setting appropriate to its lovely form. He wrote rapidly when once his plan was perfected and his material arranged. The reading of his youth and manhood was now recalled, not merely as reading but as remembered reality. It was as if he were truly the old Sieur de Conte, saturated with memories, pouring out the tender, tragic tale. In 6 weeks he had written 100,000 words, remarkable progress at any time, the more so when we consider that some of the authorities he consulted were in a foreign tongue. He had always more or less kept up his study of French, begun so long ago on the river, and it stood him now in good stead. Still, it was never easy for him, and the multitude of notes that still exist along the margin of his French authorities show the magnitude of his work. Others of the family went down into the city almost daily, but he stayed in the still garden with Joan. Florence and its suburbs were full of delightful people, some of them old friends. There were luncheons, dinners, teas, dances, and the like, always in progress, but he resisted most of these things, preferring to remain the quaint old Sieur de Conte, following again the banner of the Maid of Orleans, marshaling her twilight armies across his illumined page. By the next spring, March 1893, he was obliged to put aside the manuscript and hurry to America again, fruitlessly, of course, for a financial stress was on the land. The business of Webster & Company was on the downgrade. Nothing could save it. There was new hope in the old typesetting machine, but his faith in the resurrection was not strong. The strain of his affairs was telling on him. The business owed a great sum, with no prospect of relief. Back in Europe again, Mark Twain wrote F. D. Hall, his business manager in New York, "I am terribly tired of business. I am by nature and disposition unfit for it, and I want to get out of it. I am standing on a volcano. Get me out of business." Tantalizing letters continued to come, holding out hope in the business, the machine, in any new straw that promised a little support through the financial storm. Again he wrote Hall, "Great Scott, but it's a long year for you and me. I never knew the almanac to drag so. I watch for your letters hungrily, just as I used to watch for the telegram saying the machine was finished, but when 'next week certainly' suddenly swelled into 3 weeks sure, I recognized the old familiar tune I used to hear so much. W. don't know what sick-heartedness is, but he is in a fair way to find out." They closed Viviani in June and returned to Germany. By the end of August Clemens could stand no longer the strain of his American affairs, and, leaving the family at some German baths, he once more sailed for New York. End of Chapter 50. This is Chapter 51 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 51, The Failure of Webster and Company, Around the World, Sorrow. In a room at the Players Club, a cheap room, he wrote home, at $1.50 per day, Mark Twain spent the winter, hoping against hope to weather the financial storm. His fortunes were at a lower ebb than ever before, lower even than during those bleak mining days among the Esmeralda hills. Then there had been no one but himself, and he was young. Now, at 58, he had precious lives dependent upon him, and he was weighed down by debt. The liabilities of his firm were fully $200,000, 60,000 of which were owing to Mrs. Clemens for money advanced, but the large remaining sum was due to banks, printers, binders, and the manufacturers of paper. A panic was on the land, and there was no business. What he was to do Clemens did not know. He spent most of his days in his room, trying to write, and succeeded in finishing several magazine articles. Outwardly cheerful, he hid the bitterness of his situation. A few, however, knew the true state of his affairs. One of these one night introduced him to Henry H. Rogers, the Standard Oil millionaire. "Mr. Clemens," said Mr. Rogers, "I was one of your early admirers. I heard your lecture a long time ago on the Sandwich Islands." They sat down at a table, and Mark Twain told amusing stories. Rogers was in a perpetual gale of laughter. They became friends from that evening, and in due time the author had confessed to the financier all his business worries. "You had better let me look into things a little," Rogers said, and he advised Clemens to stop walking the floor. It was characteristic of Mark Twain to be willing to unload his affairs upon anyone that he thought able to bear the burden. He became a new man overnight. With Henry Rogers in charge, life was once more worth while. He accepted invitations from the Rogers family and from many others, and was presently so gay, so widely sought, and seen in so many places that one of his acquaintances, Jamie Dodge, dubbed him the Belle of New York. Henry Rogers, meanwhile, was looking into things. He had reasonable faith in the type machine, and advanced a large sum on the chance of its proving a success. This, of course, lifted Mark Twain quite into the clouds. Daily he wrote and cabled all sorts of glowing hopes to his family, then in Paris. Once he wrote, "The ship is in sight now. When the anchor is down, then I shall say farewell, a long farewell, to business. I will never touch it again. I will live in literature. I will wallow in it, revel in it. I will swim in ink." Once he cabled, "Expect good news in 10 days," and a little later, "Look out for good news," and in a few days, "Nearing success." Those cellar-like messages could not but appeal to Mrs. Clemens's sense of humor, even in those dark days. To her sister she wrote, "They make me laugh, for they are so like my beloved Colonel." The affairs of Webster and Company Mr. Rogers found a bad way. When at last in April, 1894, the crisis came, a demand by the chief creditors for payment, he advised immediate assignment as the only course. So the firm of Webster & Company closed its doors. The business which less than 10 years before had begun so prosperously had ended in failure. Mark Twain, nearing 59, was bankrupt. When all the firm's effects had been sold and applied on the accounts, he was still more than $70,000 in debt. Friends stepped in and offered to lend him money, but he declined these offers. Through Mr. Rogers a basis of settlement at 50 cents on the dollar was arranged, and Mark Twain said, "Give me time, and I will pay the other 50." No one but his wife and Mr. Rogers, however, believed that at his age he would be able to make good the promise. Many advised him not to attempt it, but to settle once and for all on the legal basis as arranged. Sometimes, in moments of despondency, he almost surrendered. Once he said, "I need not dream of paying it. I never could manage it." But these were only the hard moments. For the most part he kept up good heart and confidence. It is true that he now believed again in the future of the typesetter, and that returns from it would pay him out of bankruptcy. But later in the year this final hope was taken away. Mr. Rogers wrote to him that in the final test the machine had failed to prove itself practical, and that the whole project had been finally and permanently abandoned. The shock of disappointment was heavy for the moment, but then it was over, completely over, for that old mechanical demon, that vampire of invention that had sapped his fortune so long, was laid at last. The worst had happened. There was nothing more to dread. Within a week Mark Twain (he was now back in Paris with the family) had settled down to work once more on the Recollections of Joan, and all mention and memory of the typesetter was forever put away. The machine stands today in the Sibley College of Engineering, where it is exhibited as the costliest piece of mechanism for its size ever constructed. Mark Twain once received a letter from an author who had written a book to assist inventors and patentees, asking for his endorsement. He replied, "Dear Sir, I have, as you say, been interested in patents and patentees. If your book tells how to exterminate inventors, send me 9 editions. Send them by express. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens." Those were economical days. There was no income except from the old books, and at the time this was not large. The Clemens family, however, was cheerful, and Mark Twain was once more in splendid working form. The story of Joan hurried to its tragic conclusion. Each night he read to the family what he had written that day, and Susy, who was easily moved, would say, "Wait, wait till I get my handkerchief." And one night, when the last pages had been written and read, and the fearful scene at Rouen had been depicted, Susy wrote in her diary, "Tonight Joan of Arc was burned at the stake," meaning that the book was finished. Susy herself had fine literary taste, and might have written had not her greater purpose been to sing. There are fragments of her writing that show the true literary touch. Both Susy and her father cared more for Joan than for any of the former books. To Mr. Rogers, Clemens wrote, "Possibly the book may not sell, but that is nothing. It was written for love." It was placed serially with Harper's Magazine and appeared anonymously, but the public soon identified the inimitable touch of Mark Twain. It was now the spring of 1895, and Mark Twain had decided upon a new plan to restore his fortunes. Platform work had always paid him well, and though he disliked it now more than ever, he had resolved upon something unheard of in that time, nothing less, in fact, than a platform tour around the world. In May, with the family, he sailed for America, and after a month or two of rest at Quarry Farm he set out with Mrs. Clemens and Clara, and with his American agent, J. B. Pond, for the Pacific coast. Susy and Jean remained behind with their aunt at the farm. The travelers left Elmira at night, and they always remembered the picture of Susy standing under the electric light of the railway platform, waving them good-bye. Mark Twain's tour of the world was a success from the beginning. Everywhere he was received with splendid honors, in America, in Australia, in New Zealand,
In India, in Ceylon, in South Africa, wherever he went, his welcome was a grand ovation. His theaters and halls were never large enough to hold his audiences. With the possible exception of General Grant's long tour in 1878-79, there had hardly been a more gorgeous progress than Mark Twain's trip around the world. Everywhere they were overwhelmed with attention and gifts. We cannot begin to tell the story of that journey here. In Following the Equator, the author himself tells it in his own delightful fashion. From time to time along the way Mark Twain forwarded his accumulated profits to Mr. Rogers to apply against his debts, and by the time they sailed from South Africa the sum was large enough to encourage him to believe that, with the royalties to be derived from the book he would write of his travels, he might be able to pay in full and so face the world once more a free man. Their long trip (it had lasted a full year) was nearing its end. They would spend the winter in London. Susy and Jean were notified to join them there. They would all be reunited again. The outlook seemed bright once more. They reached England the last of July. Susy and Jean, with Katie Leary, were to arrive on the 12th of August. But the 12th did not bring them. It brought, instead, a letter. Susy was not well, the letter said. The sailing had been postponed. The letter added that it was nothing serious, but her parents cabled at once for later news. Receiving no satisfactory answer, Mrs. Clemens, full of forebodings, prepared to sail with Clara for America. Clemens would remain in London to arrange for the winter residence. A cable came, saying Susy's recovery would be slow but certain. Mrs. Clemens and Clara sailed immediately. In some notes he once dictated, Mark Twain said, "That was the 15th of August, 1896. 3 days later, when my wife and Clara were about half-way across the ocean, I was standing in our dining-room, thinking of nothing in particular, when a cablegram was put into my hand. It said, 'Susy was peacefully released today.'" Mark Twain's life had contained other tragedies, but no other that equaled this one. The dead girl had been his heart's pride. It was a year since they parted, and now he knew he would never see her again. The blow had found him alone and among strangers. In that day he could not even reach out to those upon the ocean, drawing daily nearer to the heartbreak. Susy Clemens had died in the old Hartford home. She had been well for a time at the farm, but then her health had declined. She worked continuously at her singing lessons and overtried her strength. Then she went on a visit to Mrs. Charles Dudley Warner in Hartford, but she did not rest, working harder than ever at her singing. Finally she was told that she must consult a physician. The doctor came and prescribed soothing remedies, and advised that she have the rest and quiet of her own home. Mrs. Crane came from Elmira, also her uncle Charles Langdon, but Susy became worse, and a few days later her malady was pronounced meningitis. This was the 15th of August, the day that her mother and Clara sailed from England. She was delirious and burning with fever, but at last sank into unconsciousness. She died 3 days later, and on the night that Mrs. Clemens and Clara arrived was taken to Elmira for burial. They laid her beside the little brother that had died so long before, and ordered a headstone with some lines which they had found in Australia, written by Robert Richardson. "Warm summer sun, shine kindly here. Warm southern wind, blow softly here. Green sod above, lie light, lie light. Good night, dear heart. Good night, good night." End of chapter 51. This is chapter 52 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 52. European Economies. With Clara and Jean, Mrs. Clemens returned to England, and in a modest house on Tedworth Square, a secluded corner of London, the stricken family hid themselves away for the winter.
Few, even of their closest friends, knew of their whereabouts. In time the report was circulated that Mark Twain, old, sick, and deserted by his family, was living in poverty, toiling to pay his debts. Through the London publishers, a distant cousin, Dr. James Clemens, of St. Louis, located the house on Tedworth Square, and wrote offering assistance. He was invited to call, and found a quiet place, the life there simple, but not poverty. By and by there was another report, this time that Mark Twain was dead. A reporter found his way to Tedworth Square, and, being received by Mark Twain himself, asked what he should say. Clemens regarded him gravely, then, in his slow, nasal drawl, "Say that the report of my death has been grossly exaggerated," a remark that a day later was amusing both hemispheres. He could not help his humor. It was his natural form of utterance, the medium for conveying fact, fiction, satire, philosophy. Whatever his depth of despair, the quaint surprise of speech would come, and it would be so until his last day. By November he was at work on his book of travel, which he first thought of calling Around the World. He went out not at all that winter, and the work progressed steadily, and was complete by the following May, 1897. Meantime, during his trip around the world, Mark Twain's publishers had issued 2 volumes of his work, the Joan of Arc book and another Tom Sawyer book, the latter volume combining 2 rather short stories, Tom Sawyer Abroad, published serially in St. Nicholas, and Tom Sawyer, Detective. The Joan of Arc book, the tenderest and most exquisite of all Mark Twain's work, a tale told with the deepest sympathy and the rarest delicacy, was dedicated by the author to his wife, as being the only piece of his writing which he considered worthy of this honor. He regarded it as his best book, and this was an opinion that did not change. 12 years later, it was on his 73rd birthday, he wrote as his final verdict, November 30th, 1908, "I like the Joan of Arc best of all my books, and it is the best. I know it perfectly well, and besides, it furnished me 7 times the pleasure afforded me by any of the others. 12 years of preparation and 2 years of writing. The others needed no preparation and got none." Mark Twain. The public at first did not agree with the author's estimate, and the demand for the book was not large. But the public amended its opinion. The demand for Joan increased with each year until its sales ranked with the most popular of Mark Twain's books. The new stories of Tom and Huck have never been as popular as the earlier adventures of this pair of heroes. The shorter stories are less important and perhaps less alive, but they are certainly very readable tales, and nobody but Mark Twain could have written them. Clemens began some new stories when his travel book was out of the way, but presently, with the family, was on the way to Switzerland for the summer. They lived at Weggis, on Lake Lucerne, in the Villa Buleg, a very modest 5-franc-a-day pension, for they were economizing and putting away money for the debts. Mark Twain was not in a mood for work, and besides, proofs of the new book, Following the Equator, as it is now called, were coming steadily. But on the anniversary of Susy's death, August 18th, he wrote a poem, In Memoriam, in which he touched a literary height never before attained. It was published in Harper's Magazine, and now appears in his collected works. Across from Villa Buleg, on the lake front, there was a small shaded enclosure where he loved to sit and look out on the blue water and lofty mountains, one of which, Rigi, he and Twichell had climbed 19 years before. The little retreat is still there, and today one of the trees bears a tablet, in German, Mark Twain's Rest. Autumn found the family in Vienna, located for the winter at the Hotel Metropole. Mrs. Clemens realized that her daughters must no longer be deprived of social and artistic advantages. For herself, she longed only for retirement. Vienna is always a gay city, a center of art and culture and splendid social functions. From the moment of his arrival, Mark Twain and his family were in the midst of affairs. Their room at the Metropole became an assembling place for distinguished members of the several circles that go to make up the dazzling Viennese life. Mrs. Clemens, to her sister in America, once wrote,
Such funny combinations are here sometimes. One duke, several counts, several writers, several barons, two princes, newspaper women, etc."
Mark Twain found himself the literary lion of the Austrian capital. Every club entertained him and roared with delight at his German speeches. Wherever he appeared on the streets he was recognized. "Let him pass! Don't you see it is Herr Mark Twain?" commanded an officer to a guard who, in the midst of a great assemblage, had presumed to bar the way. End of Chapter 52. This is Chapter 53 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 53. Mark Twain Pays His Debts. Mark Twain wrote much and well during this period, in spite of his social life. His article, "Concerning the Jews," was written that first winter in Vienna, a fine piece of special pleading. Also, the greatest of his short stories, one of the greatest of all short stories, "The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg." But there were good reasons why he should write better now. His mind was free of a mighty load. He had paid his debts. Soon after his arrival in Vienna he had written to Mr. Rogers, "Let us begin on those debts. I cannot bear the weight any longer. It totally unfits me for work." He had accumulated a large sum for the purpose, and the royalties from the new book were beginning to roll in. Payment of the debts was begun. At the end of December he wrote again, "Land, we are glad to see those debts diminishing. For the first time in my life I am getting more pleasure from paying money out than from pulling it in." A few days later he wrote to Howells that he had turned the corner, and again, "We've lived close to the bone and saved every cent we could, and there's no undisputed claim now that we can't cash. I hope you will never get the like of the load saddled on to you that was saddled on to me 3 years ago, and yet there is such a solid pleasure in paying the things that I reckon it is worth while to get into that kind of a hobble after all. Mrs. Clemens gets millions of delight out of it, and the children have never uttered one complaint about the scrimping from the beginning." By the end of January, 1898, Clemens had accumulated enough money to make the final payments to his creditors. At the time of his failure he had given himself 5 years to achieve this result, but he had needed less than 4. A report from Mr. Rogers showed that a balance of $13,000 would remain to his credit after the last accounts were wiped away. Clemens had tried to keep his money affairs out of the newspapers, but the payment of the final claims could not be concealed, and the press made the most of it. Headlines shouted it. Editorials heralded Mark Twain as a second Walter Scott, because Scott, too, had labored to lift a great burden of debt. Never had Mark Twain been so beloved by his fellow men. One might suppose now that he had had enough of invention and commercial enterprises of every sort. That is, one who did not know Mark Twain might suppose this, but it would not be true. Within a month after his debts were paid he was negotiating with the Austrian inventor Szczepanik for the American rights in a wonderful carpet-pattern machine, and, Sellers-like, was planning to organize a company with a capital of $1,500 million to control the carpet-weaving industries of the world. He wrote to Mr. Rogers about the great scheme, inviting the Standard Oil to come in, but the plan failed to bear the test of Mr. Rogers' investigation and was heard of no more. Samuel Clemens' obligation to Henry Rogers was very great, but it was not quite the obligation that many supposed it to be. It was often asserted that the financier lent, even gave the humorist large sums, and pointed out opportunities for speculation. No part of this statement is true. Mr. Rogers neither lent nor gave Mark Twain money, and never allowed him to speculate when he could prevent it. He sometimes invested Mark Twain's own funds for him, but he never bought for him a share of stock without money in hand to pay for it in full. money belonging to and earned by Clemens himself. What Henry Rogers did give to Mark Twain was his priceless counsel and time, gifts more precious than any mere sum of money, favors that Mark Twain could accept without humiliation. He did accept them, and never ceased to be grateful. He rarely wrote without expressing his gratitude, and we get the size of Mark Twain's obligation when in one letter we read, "I have abundant peace of mind again, no sense of burden. Work is become a pleasure. It is not labor any longer." He wrote much and well, mainly magazine articles, including some of those chapters later gathered in his book on Christian Science. He reveled like a boy in his new freedom and fortunes, in the lavish honors paid him, in the rich circumstance of Viennese life. But always, just beneath the surface, were unforgettable sorrows. His face in repose was always sad. Once, after writing to Howells of his successes, he added, "All those things might move and interest one, but how desperately more I have been moved, to-night, by the thought of a little old copy in the nursery of 'At the Back of the North Wind.' Oh, what happy days they were when that book was read, and how Susy loved it." End of chapter 53. This is chapter 54 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 54, Return After Exile. News came to Vienna of the death of Orion Clemens at the age of 72. Orion had died as he had lived, a gentle dreamer, always with a new plan. He had not been sick at all. One morning early he had seated himself at a table with pencil and paper, and was putting down the details of his latest project, when death came, kindly, in the moment of new hope. He was a generous, upright man, beloved by all who understood him. The Clemenses remained 2 winters in Vienna, spending the second at the Hotel Krantz, where their rooms were larger and finer than at the Metropole, and even more crowded with notabilities. Their salon acquired the name of the Second Embassy, and Mark Twain was, in fact, the most representative American in the Austrian capital. It became the fashion to consult him on every question of public interest, his comments, whether serious or otherwise, being always worth printing. When European disarmament was proposed, editor William T. Stead, of the Review of Reviews, wrote for his opinion. He replied, "Dear Mr. Stead, the Czar is ready to disarm. I am ready to disarm. Collect the others. It should not be much of a task now. Mark Twain." He refused offers of many sorts. He declined $10,000 for a tobacco endorsement, though he liked the tobacco well enough. He declined $10,000 a year for 5 years to lend his name as editor of a humorous periodical. He declined another $10,000 for 10 lectures, and another offer for 50 lectures at the same rates, that is, $1,000 per night. He could get along without these sums, he said, and still preserve some remnants of his self-respect. It was May, 1899, when Clemens and his family left Vienna. They spent a summer in Sweden, on account of the health of Jean Clemens, and located in London apartments, 30 Wellington Court, for the winter. Then followed a summer at beautiful Dollis Hill, an old house where Gladstone had often visited, on a shady hilltop just outside of London. The city had not quite enclosed the place then, and there were spreading oaks, a pond with lily pads, and wide spaces of grassy lawn. The place today is converted into a public garden called Gladstone Park. Writing to Twichell in midsummer, Clemens said, "I am the only person who is ever in the house in the daytime, but I am working, and deep in the luxury of it. But there is one tremendous defect. Levy is all so enchanted with the place, and so in love with it, that she doesn't know how she is going to tear herself away from it." However, there was one still greater attraction than Dollis Hill, and that was America, home.
Mark Twain, at 65, and a free man once more, had decided to return to his native land. They closed Dollis Hill at the end of September, and October 6, 1900, sailed on the Minnehaha for New York, bidding good-bye, as Mark Twain believed and hoped, to foreign travel. 9 days later, to a reporter who greeted him on the ship, he said, "If I ever get ashore, I am going to break both of my legs so I can't get away again." End of chapter 54. This is chapter 55 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 55, A Prophet at Home. New York tried to outdo Vienna and London in honoring Mark Twain. Every newspaper was filled with a story of his great fight against debt and his triumph. "He had behaved like Walter Scott," writes Howells, "as millions rejoiced to know who had not known how Walter Scott behaved till they knew it was like Clemens." Clubs and societies vied with one another in offering him grand entertainments. Literary and lecture proposals poured in. He was offered at the rate of $1 a word for his writing. He could name his own terms for lectures. These sensational offers did not tempt him. He was sick of the platform. He made a dinner speech here and there, always an event, but he gave no lectures or readings for profit. His literary work he confined to a few magazines, and presently concluded an arrangement with Harper & Brothers for whatever he might write, the payment to be 20, later 30 cents per word. He arranged with the same firm for publication of all his books, by this time collected in uniform edition. He wished his affairs to be settled as nearly as might be. His desire was freedom from care. Also, he would have liked a period of quiet and rest, but that was impossible. He realized that the multitude of honors tendered him was in a sense a vast compliment which he could not entirely refuse. Howells writes that Mark Twain's countrymen "kept it up past all precedent," and in return Mark Twain tried to do his part. "His friends saw that he was wearing himself out," adds Howells, and certain it is that he grew thin and pale and had a hacking cough. Once to Richard Watson Gilder he wrote, "In bed with a chest cold and other company. Dear Gilder, I can't. If I were a well man I could explain with this pencil, but in the circumstances I will leave it all to your imagination. Was it Grady that killed himself trying to do all the dining and speeching? No, old man, no, no. Ever yours, Mark." In the various dinner speeches and other utterances made by Mark Twain at this time, his hearers recognized a new and great seriousness of purpose. It was not really new, only perhaps more emphasized. He still made them laugh, but he insisted on making them think, too. He preached a new gospel of patriotism, not the patriotism that means a boisterous cheering of the stars and stripes wherever unfurled, but the patriotism that proposes to keep the stars and stripes clean and worth shouting for. In one place he said, "We teach the boys to atrophy their independence. We teach them to take their patriotism at second hand, to shout with the largest crowd without examining into the right or wrong of the matter, exactly as boys under monarchies are taught, and have always been taught." He protested against the blind allegiance of monarchies. He was seldom with the largest crowd himself. Writing much of our foreign affairs, then in a good deal of a muddle, he sailed so fearlessly and fiercely measures which he held to be unjust that he was caricatured as an armed knight on a charger and as Huck Finn with a gun. But he was not always warlike. One of the speeches he made that winter was with Colonel Henry Watterson, a former Confederate soldier, at a Lincoln birthday memorial at Carnegie Hall. "Think of it," he wrote Twichell, "two old rebels functioning there, I as president and Watterson as orator of the day. Things have changed somewhat in these 40 years, thank God." The Clemens household did not go back to Hartford. During their early years abroad it had been Mrs. Clemens's dream to return and open the beautiful home with everything the same as before. The death of Susy had changed all this. The mother had grown more and more to feel that she could not bear the sorrow of Susy's absence in the familiar rooms. After a trip which Clemens himself made to Hartford he wrote, "I realize that if we ever enter the house again to live, our hearts will break." So they did not go back. Mrs. Clemens had seen it for the last time on that day when the carriage waited while she went back to take a last look into the vacant rooms. They had taken a house at 14 West 10th Street for the winter, and when summer came they went to a log cabin on Saranac Lake, which they called the Lair. Here Mark Twain wrote a double-barreled detective story, a not very successful burlesque of Sherlock Holmes. But most of the time that summer he loafed and rested, as was his right. Once during the summer he went on a cruise with H. H. Rogers, Speaker Tom Reed, and others on Mr. Rogers' yacht. End of chapter 55. This is chapter 56 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 56, Honored by Missouri. The family did not return to New York. They took a beautiful house at Riverdale on the Hudson, the old Appleton homestead. Here they established themselves and settled down for American residence. They would have bought the Appleton place, but the price was beyond their reach. It was in the autumn of 1901 that Mark Twain settled in Riverdale. In June of the following year he was summoned West to receive the degree of Doctor of Laws from the university of his native state. He made the journey a sort of last general visit to old associations and friends. In St. Louis he saw Horace Bixby, fresh, wiry, and capable as he had been 45 years before. Clemens said, "I have become an old man. You are still 35." They went over to the rooms of the Pilots' Association, where the rivermen gathered in force to celebrate his return. Then he took train for Hannibal. He spent several days in Hannibal and saw Laura Hawkins, Mrs. Fraser, and a widow now, and John Briggs, an old man, and John Robards, who had worn the golden curls and the medal for good conduct. They drove him to the old house on Hill Street, where once he had lived and set type. Photographers were there and photographed him standing at the front door. "It all seems so small to me," he said as he looked through the house. "A boy's home is a big place to him. I suppose if I should come back again 10 years from now it would be the size of a bird-house." He did not see Huck. Torn Blankenship had not lived in Hannibal for many years. But he was driven to all the familiar haunts, to Lover's Leap, the Cave, and the rest. And Sunday afternoon, with John Briggs, he walked over Holliday's Hill, the Cardiff Hill of Tom Sawyer. It was just such a day as the one when they had damaged a cooper shop and so nearly finished the old negro driver. A good deal more than 50 years had passed since then, and now here they were once more, Tom Sawyer and Joe Harper, two old men, the hills still fresh and green, the river rippling in the sun, looking across to the Illinois shore and the green islands where they had played, and to Lover's Leap on the south. The man who had been Sam Clemens said, "John, that is one of the loveliest sights I ever saw. Down there is the place we used to swim, and yonder is where a man was drowned, and there's where the steamboat sank. Down there on Lover's Leap is where the Millerites put on their robes one night to go to heaven. None of them went that night, but I suppose most of them have gone now." John Briggs said, "Sam, do you remember the day we stole peaches from old man Price, and one of his bow-legged niggers came after us with dogs, and how we made up our minds we'd catch that nigger and drown him?" And so they talked on of this thing and that,
and by drove along the river, and Sam Clemens pointed out the place where he swam it, and was taken with a cramp on the return. "Once near the shore I thought I would let down," he said, "but was afraid to, knowing that if the water was deep I was a goner. But finally my knee struck the sand and I crawled out. That was the closest call I ever had." They drove by a place where a haunted house had stood. They drank from a well they had always known, from the bucket, as they had always drunk, talking, always talking, touching with lingering fondness that most beautiful and safest of all our possessions, the past. "Sam," said John, when they parted, "this is probably the last time we shall meet on earth. God bless you. Perhaps somewhere we shall renew our friendship." "John," was the answer, "this day has been worth $1,000 to me. We were like brothers once, and I feel that we are the same now. Good-bye, John. I'll try to meet you somewhere." Clemens left next day for Columbia, where the university is located. At each station a crowd had gathered to cheer and wave as the train pulled in, and to offer him flowers. Sometimes he tried to say a few words, but his voice would not come. This was more than even Tom Sawyer had dreamed. Certainly there is something deeply touching in the recognition of one's native state. The return of the boy who has set out unknown to battle with life and who is called back to be crowned is unlike any other homecoming, more dramatic, more moving. Next day at the university, Mark Twain, summoned before the crowded assembly hall to receive his degree, stepped out to the center of the stage and paused. He seemed in doubt as to whether he should make a speech or only express his thanks for the honor received. Suddenly, and without signal, the great audience rose and stood in silence at his feet. He bowed, but he could not speak. Then the vast assembly began a peculiar chant, spelling out slowly the word MISSOURI, with a pause between each letter. It was tremendously impressive. Mark Twain was not left in doubt as to what was required of him when the chant ended. The audience demanded a speech, and he made them one, such a speech as no one there would forget to his dying day. Back in St. Louis he attended the rechristening of the St. Louis harbor boat. It had been previously called the St. Louis, but it was now to be called the Mark Twain. End of chapter 56. This is chapter 57 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, chapter 57, The Close of a Beautiful Life. Life, which had begun very cheerfully at Riverdale, ended sadly enough. In August, at York Harbor, Maine, Mrs. Clemens' health failed, and she was brought home an invalid, confined almost entirely to her room. She had been always the life, the center, the mainspring of the household. Now she must not even be consulted, hardly visited. On her bad days, and they were many, Clemens, sad and anxious, spent most of his time lingering about her door, waiting for news, or until he was permitted to see her for a brief moment. In his memorandum book of that period he wrote, "Our dear prisoner is where she is through overwork, day and night devotion to the children and me. We did not know how to value it. We know now." And on the margin of a letter, praising him for what he had done for the world's enjoyment and for his triumph over debt, he wrote, "Livy never gets her share of those applauses, but it is because the people do not know. Yet she is entitled to the lion's share." She improved during the winter, but very slowly. Her husband wrote in his diary, "February 2, 1903, 33rd wedding anniversary. I was allowed to see Livy 5 minutes this morning, in honor of the day." Mrs. Clemens had always remembered affectionately their winter in Florence of 10 years before, and she now expressed the feeling that if she were in Florence again she would be better. The doctors approved, and it was decided that she should be taken there as soon as she was strong enough to travel. She had so far improved by June that they journeyed to Elmira, where in the quiet rest of Quarry Farm her strength returned somewhat, and the hope of her recovery was strong. Mark Twain wrote a story that summer in Elmira, in the little octagonal study, shut in now by trees and overgrown with vines. A Dog's Tale, a pathetic plea against vivisection, was the last story written in the little retreat that had seen the beginning of Tom Sawyer 29 years before. There was a feeling that the stay in Europe was this time to be permanent. On one of the first days of October Clemens wrote in his notebook, "Today I place flowers on Susy's grave, for the last time probably, and read the words, 'Good night, dear heart, good night, good night.'" They sailed on the 24th by way of Naples and Genoa, and were presently installed in the Via Reale di Quarto, a fine old Italian palace, in an ancient garden looking out over Florence, toward Vallombrosa and the Chianti hills. It was a beautiful spot, though its aging walls and cypresses and matted vines gave it a rather mournful look. Mrs. Clemens's health improved there for a time, in spite of dull, rainy, depressing weather, so much so that in May, when the warmth and sun came back, Clemens was driving about the country seeking a villa that he might buy for a home. On one of these days, it was a Sunday in early June, the 5th, when he had been out with Jean and found a villa which he believed would fill all their requirements, he came home full of enthusiasm and hope, eager to tell the patient about the discovery. Certainly she seemed better. A day or two before she had been wheeled out on the terrace to enjoy the wonder of early Italian summer. He found her bright and cheerful, anxious to hear all their plans for the new home. He stayed with her alone through the dinner hour, and their talk was as in the old days. Summoned to go at last, he chided himself for staying so long, but she said there was no harm, and kissed him, saying, "You will come back?" And he answered, "Yes, to say good night," meaning at 9:30, as was the permitted custom. He stood a moment at the door, throwing kisses to her, and she returned them, her face bright with smiles. He was so full of hope. They were going to be happy again. Long ago he had been in the habit of singing jubilee songs to the children. He went upstairs now to the piano, and played the chorus, and sang "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," and "My Lord, He Calls Me." He stopped then, but Jean, who had come in, asked him to go on. Mrs. Clemens, from her room, heard the music, and said to Katy Leary, "He is singing a good-night carol to me." The music ceased presently. A moment later she asked to be lifted up. Almost in that instant life slipped away without a sound. Clemens, just then coming to say good night, saw a little group gathered about her bed, and heard Clara ask, "Katy, is it true? Oh, Katy, is it true?" In his notebook that night he wrote, "At 9:15 this evening, she that was the life of my life passed to the relief and the peace of death, after 22 months of unjust and unearned suffering. I first saw her 37 years ago, and now I have looked upon her face for the last time. I was full of remorse for things done and said in these 34 years of married life that have hurt Livy's heart." And to Howells a few days later, "Today, treasured in her worn old Testament, I found a dear and gentle letter from you, dated Far Rockaway, September 12, 1896, about our poor Susy's death. I am tired and old. I wish I were with Livy." They brought her to America, and from the house and the rooms where she had been made a bride bore her to a grave beside Susy and little Langdon. End of Chapter 57. This is Chapter 58 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 58. Mark Twain at 70. In a small cottage belonging to Richard Watson Gilder at Tyringham, Massachusetts, Samuel Clemens and his daughters tried to plan for the future. Mrs. Clemens had always been the directing force. They were lost without her. They finally took a house in New York City, No. 21 Fifth Avenue, at the corner of Ninth Street, installed the familiar furnishings, and tried once more to establish a home. The house was handsome within and without, a proper residence for a venerable author and sage, a suitable setting for Mark Twain. But it was lonely for him. It lacked soul, comfort that would reach the heart. He added presently a great Aeolian orchestrelle, with a variety of music for his different moods. Sometimes he played it himself, though oftener his secretary played to him. He went out little that winter, seeing only a few old and intimate friends. His writing, such as it was of a serious nature, protests against oppression and injustice in a variety of forms. Once he wrote a war prayer, supposed to have been made by a mysterious white-robed stranger who enters a church during those ceremonies that precede the marching of the nation's armies to battle. The minister had prayed for victory, a victory which the stranger interprets as a petition that the enemy's country be laid waste, its soldiers be torn by shells, its people turned out roofless, to wander through their desolated land in rags and hunger. It was a scathing arraignment of war, a prophecy indeed, which today has been literally fulfilled. He did not print it, because then it would have been regarded as sacrilege. When summer came again, in a beautiful house at Dublin, New Hampshire, on the Monadnock slope, he seemed to get back into the old swing of work, and wrote that pathetic story, A Horse's Tale. Also Eve's Diary, which under its humor is filled with tenderness, and he began a wildly fantastic tale entitled 3,000 Years Among the Microbes, a satire in which Gulliver is outdone. He never finished it. He never could finish it, for it ran off into amazing bypaths that led nowhere, and the tale was lost. Yet he always meant to get at it again some day and make order out of chaos. Old friends were dying, and Mark Twain grew more and more lonely. "My section of the procession has but a little way to go," he wrote when the great English actor Henry Irving died. Charles Henry Webb, his first publisher, John Hay, Bret Harte, Thomas B. Reed, and indeed most of his earlier associates were gone. When an invitation came from San Francisco to attend a California reunion, he replied that his wandering days were over, and that it was his purpose to sit by the fire for the rest of his life. And in another letter, "I have done more for San Francisco than any other of its old residents. Since I left there it has increased in population fully 300,000. I could have done more. I could have gone earlier, it was suggested." A choice example, by the way, of Mark Twain's best humor, with its perfectly timed pause and the afterthought. Most humorists would have been content to end with the statement, "I could have gone earlier." Only Mark Twain could have added that final exquisite touch. It was suggested. Mark Twain was nearing 70. With the 30th of November, 1905, he would complete the scriptural limitation, and the president of his publishing house, Colonel George Harvey of Harper's, proposed a great dinner for him in celebration of his grand maturity. Clemens would have preferred a small assembly in some snug place with only his oldest and closest friends. Colonel Harvey had a different view. He had given a small choice dinner to Mark Twain on his 67th birthday. Now it must be something really worth while, something to outrank any former literary gathering. In order not to conflict with Thanksgiving holidays, the 5th of December was selected as the date. On that evening 200 American and English men and women of letters assembled in Delmonico's great banquet hall to do honor to their chief. What an occasion it was! The tables of gay diners, and among them Mark Twain, his snow-white hair, a gleaming beacon for every eye. Then, by and by, presented by William Dean Howells, he rose to speak. Instantly the brilliant throng was on its feet, a shouting billow of life, the white handkerchiefs flying foam-like on its crest. It was a supreme moment, the greatest one of them all, hailed by their applause as he scaled the mountain-top. Never did Mark Twain deliver a more perfect address than he gave that night. He began with the beginning, the meagerness of that little hamlet that had seen his birth, and sketched it all so quaintly and delightfully that his hearers laughed and shouted, though there was tenderness under it, and often the tears were just beneath the surface. He told of his habits of life, how he had reached 70 by following a plan of living that would probably kill anybody else, how in fact he believed he had no valuable habits at all. Then at last came that unforgettable close. 60 years and 10. It is the scriptural statute of limitations. After that you owe no active duties. For you the strenuous life is over. You are a time-expired man, to use Kipling's military phrase. You have served your term, well or less well, and you are mustered out. You are become an honorary member of the Republic. You are emancipated. Compulsions are not for you, nor any bugle call but lights out. You pay the time-worn duty bills if you choose, or decline if you prefer, and without prejudice, for they are not legally collectible. The previous engagement plea, which in 40 years has cost you so many twinges, you can lay aside forever. On this side of the grave you will never need it again. If you shrink at thought of night and winter and the late homecomings from the banquet and the lights and laughter through the deserted streets, a desolation which would not remind you now, as for a generation it did, that your friends are sleeping and you must creep in a tiptoe and not disturb them, but would only remind you that you need not tiptoe, you can never disturb them more. If you shrink at the thought of these things you need only reply, "Your invitation honors me and pleases me because you still keep me in your remembrance, but I am 70, and would nestle in the chimney-corner and smoke my pipe and read my book and take my rest, wishing you well in all affection, and that when you, in your turn, shall arrive at Pier 70, you may step aboard your waiting ship with a reconciled spirit, and lay your course toward the sinking sun with a contented heart." The tears that had been lying in wait were no longer kept back. If there were any present who did not let them flow without shame, who did not shout their applause from throats choked with sobs, they failed to mention the fact later. Many of his old friends, one after another, rose to tell their love for him: Cable, Carnegie, Gilder, and the rest. Mr. Rogers did not speak, nor the Reverend Twichell, but they sat at his special table. Aldrich could not be there, but wrote a letter. A group of English authors, including Alfred Austin, Barrie, Chesterton, Dobson, Doyle, Hardy, Kipling, Lang, and others, joined in a cable. Helen Keller wrote, "And you are 70 years old, or is the report exaggerated, like that of your death? I remember, when I saw you last, at the house of dear Mr. Hutton in Princeton, you said, 'If a man is a pessimist before he is 48, he knows too much. If he is an optimist after he is 48, he knows too little.' Now we know you are an optimist, and nobody would dare to accuse one on the seven-terraced summit of knowing little. So probably you are not 70 after all, but only 47." Helen Keller was right. Mark Twain was never a pessimist in his heart. End of chapter 58. This is chapter 59 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, chapter 59. Mark Twain arranges for his biography. It was at the beginning of 1906, a little more than a month after the 70th birthday dinner, that the writer of these chapters became personally associated with Mark Twain. I had met him before, and from time to time he had returned a kindly word about some book I had written, and inconsiderately sent him, for he had been my literary hero from childhood. Once, indeed, he had allowed me to use some of his letters in a biography I was writing of Thomas Nast. He had been always an admirer of the great cartoonist, and the permission was kindness itself. Before the seating at the birthday dinner I happened to find myself for a moment alone with Mark Twain, and remembered to thank him in person for the use of the letters. A day or two later I sent him a copy of the book. I did not expect to hear from it again. It was a little while after this that I was asked to join in a small private dinner to be given to Mark Twain at the Players, in celebration of his being made an honorary member of that club, there being at the time only one other member of this class, Sir Henry Irving. I was in the Players a day or two before the event, and David Munro, of the North American Review, a man whose gentle and kindly nature made him David to all who knew him, greeted me joyfully, his face full of something he knew I would wish to hear. He had been chosen, he said, to propose the Players' dinner to Mark Twain, and had found him propped up in bed, and beside him a copy of the Nast book. I suspect now that David's generous heart prompted Mark Twain to speak of the book, and that his comment had lost nothing in David's eager retelling. But I was too proud and happy to question any feature of the precious compliment, and Munro, always most happy in making others happy, found opportunity to repeat it, and even to improve upon it, usually in the presence of others, several times during the evening. The Players' dinner to Mark Twain was given on the evening of January 3, 1906, and the picture of it still remains clear to me. The guests, assembled around a single table in the private dining-room, did not exceed 25 in number. Brander Matthews presided, and the knightly Frank Millet, who would one day go down on the Titanic, was there, and Gilder, and Munro, and David Bispham, and Robert Reed, and others of their kind. It so happened that my seat was nearly facing the guest of the evening, who by a custom of the Players is placed at the side and not at the distant end of the long table. Regarding him at leisure, I saw that he seemed to be in full health. He had an alert, rested look. His complexion had the tints of a miniature painting. Lit by the soft glow of the shaded candles, outlined against the richness of the shadowed walls, he made a figure of striking beauty. I could not take my eyes from it, for it stirred in me the farthest memories. I saw the interior of a farmhouse sitting-room in the Middle West, where I had first heard the name of Mark Twain, and where night after night a group had gathered around the evening lamp to hear read aloud the story of the Innocents on their Holy Land pilgrimage, which to a boy of 8 had seemed only a wonderful poem and fairy tale. To Charles Harvey Genung, who sat next to me, I whispered something of this, and how during the 36 years since then no one had meant to me quite what Mark Twain had meant, in literature and, indeed, in life. Now here he was just across the table. It was a fairy tale come true. Genung said, "You should write his life." It seemed to me no more than a pleasant remark, but he came back to it again and again, trying to encourage me with the word that Munro had brought back concerning the biography of Nast. However, nothing of what he said had kindled any spark of hope. I put him off by saying that certainly someone of longer and closer friendship and larger experience had been selected for the work. Then the speaking began, and the matter went out of my mind. Later in the evening, when we had left our seats and were drifting about the table, I found a chance to say a word to our guest concerning his Joan of Arc, which I had recently reread. To my happiness he told me that long-ago incident, the stray leaf from Joan's life, blown to him by the wind, which had led to his interest in all literature. Then presently I was with Genung again, and he was still insisting that I write the life of Mark Twain. It may have been his faithful urging, it may have been the quick sympathy kindled by the name of Joan of Arc. Whatever it was, in the instant of bidding good-bye to our guest I was prompted to add, "May I call to see you, Mr. Clemens, some day?" And something to this day, I do not know what, prompted him to answer, "Yes, come soon." 2 days later, by appointment with his secretary, I arrived at 21 Fifth Avenue, and waited in the library to be summoned to his room. A few moments later I was ascending the long stairs, wondering why I had come on so useless an errand, trying to think up an excuse for having come at all. He was propped up in bed, a regal bed from a dismantled Italian palace, delving through a copy of Huckleberry Finn, in search of a paragraph concerning which some unknown correspondent had inquired. He pushed the cigars toward me, commenting amusingly on this correspondent and on letter-writing in general. By and by, when there came a lull, I told him what so many thousands had told him before, what his work had meant to me, so long ago, and recalled my childish impressions of that large black-and-gilt book with its wonderful pictures and adventures, The Innocents Abroad. Very likely he was willing enough to let me change the subject presently and thank him for the kindly word which David Munro had brought. I do not remember what was his comment, but I suddenly found myself saying that out of his encouragement had grown a hope, though certainly it was less, that I might some day undertake a book about himself. I expected my errand to end at this point, and his silence seemed long and ominous. He said at last that from time to time he had himself written chapters of his life, but that he had always tired of the work and put it aside. He added that he hoped his daughters would one day collect his letters, but that a biography, a detailed story of a man's life and effort, was another matter. I think he added one or two other remarks, then all at once, turning upon me those piercing agate-blue eyes, he said, "When would you like to begin?" There was a dresser, with a large mirror, at the end of the room. I happened to catch my reflection in it, and I vividly recollect saying to it, mentally, "This is not true. It is only one of many similar dreams." But even in a dream one must answer, and I said, "Whenever you like. I can begin now." He was always eager in any new undertaking. "Very good," he said. "The sooner, then, the better. Let's begin while we are in the humor. The longer you postpone a thing of this kind, the less likely you are ever to get at it." This was on Saturday. I asked if Tuesday, January 9th, would be too soon to start. He agreed that Tuesday would do, and inquired as to my plan of work. I suggested bringing a stenographer to make notes of his life story as he could recall it, this record to be supplemented by other material, letters, journals, and what not. He said, "I think I should enjoy dictating to a stenographer with some one to prompt me and act as audience. The room adjoining this was fitted up for my study. My manuscript and notes and private books and many of my letters are there, and there are a trunkful or two of such things in the attic. I seldom use the room myself. I do my writing and reading in bed. I will turn that room over to you for this work. Whatever you need will be brought to you. We can have the dictations here in the morning, and you can put in the rest of the day to suit yourself. You can have a key and come and go as you please." That was always his way. He did nothing by halves. He got up and showed me the warm luxury of the study, with its mass of material, disordered, but priceless. I have no distinct recollections of how I came away, but presently, back at the Players, I was confiding the matter to Charles Harvey Genung, who said he was not surprised, but I think he was. End of chapter 59. This is chapter 60 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 60. Working with Mark Twain. It was true, after all, and on Tuesday morning, January 9, 1906, I was on hand with a capable stenographer ready to begin. Clemens, meantime, had developed a new idea. He would like to add, he said, the new dictations to his former beginnings, completing an autobiography which was to be laid away and remain unpublished for 100 years. He would pay the stenographer himself and own the notes, allowing me, of course, free use of them as material for my book. He did not believe that he could follow the story of his life in its order of dates, but would find it necessary to wander around, picking up the thread as memory or fancy prompted. I could suggest subjects and ask questions. I assented to everything, and we set to work immediately. As on my former visit, he was in bed when we arrived, though clad now in a rich Persian dressing-gown and propped against great snowy pillows. A small table beside him held his pipes, cigars, papers, also a reading lamp, the soft light of which brought out his brilliant coloring and the gleam of his snowy hair. There was daylight, too, but it was dull winter daylight from the north, while the walls of the room were a deep, unreflecting red. He began that morning with some memories of the Comstock mine. Then he dropped back to his childhood, closing at last with some comment on matters quite recent. How delightful it was, his quaint, unhurried fashion of speech, the unconscious habits of his delicate hands, the play of his features as his fancies and phrases passed through his mind and were accepted or put aside. We were watching one of the great literary creatures of his time in the very process of his architecture. Time did not count. When he finished, at last, we were all amazed to find that more than 2 hours had slipped away. "And how much I have enjoyed it," he said. "It is the ideal plan for this kind of work. Narrative writing is always disappointing. The moment you pick up a pen, you begin to lose the spontaneity of the personal relation, which contains the very essence of interest. With shorthand dictation one can talk as if he were at his own dinner-table, always an inspiring place. I expect to dictate all the rest of my life, if you good people are willing to come and listen to it." The dictations thus begun continued steadily from week to week, with increasing charm. We never knew what he was going to talk about, and it was seldom that he knew until the moment of beginning. But it was always fascinating, and I felt myself the most fortunate biographer in the world, as indeed I was. It was not all smooth sailing, however. In the course of time I began to realize that these marvelous dictated chapters were not altogether history, but were often partly or even entirely imaginary. The creator of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn had been embroidering old incidents or inventing new ones too long to stick to history now, to be able to separate the romance in his mind from the reality of the past. Also, his memory of personal events had become inaccurate. He realized this, and once said, in his whimsical, gentle way, "When I was younger, I could remember anything, whether it happened or not. But I'm getting old, and soon I shall remember only the latter." Yet it was his constant purpose to stick to fact, and especially did he make no effort to put himself in a good light. Indeed, if you wanted to know the worst of Mark Twain, you had only to ask him for it. He would give it to the last syllable, and he would improve upon it and pile up his sins, and sometimes the sins of others, without stint. Certainly the dictations were precious, for they revealed character as nothing else could. But as material for history they often failed to stand the test of the documents in the next room, the letters, notebooks, agreements, and the like, from which I was gradually rebuilding the structure of the years. In the talks that we usually had when the dictations were ended and the stenographer had gone, I got much that was of great value. It was then that I usually made those inquiries which we had planned in the beginning, and his answers, coming quickly and without reflection, gave imagination less play. Sometimes he would touch some point of special interest and walk up and down philosophizing or commenting upon things in general in a manner not always complimentary to humanity and its progress. I seldom asked him a question during the dictation, or interrupted in any way, though he had asked me to stop him when I found him repeating or contradicting himself, or misstating some fact known to me. At first I lacked the courage to point out a mistake at the moment, and cautiously mentioned the matter when he had finished. Then he would be likely to say, "Why didn't you stop me? Why did you let me go on making a donkey of myself when you could have saved me?" So then I used to take the risk of getting struck by lightning, and nearly always stopped him in time. But if it happened that I upset his thought, the thunderbolt was apt to fly. He would say, "Now you've knocked everything out of my head." Then of course I was sorry and apologized, and in a moment the sky was clear again. There was generally a humorous complexion to the dictations, whatever the subject. Humor was his natural breath of life, and rarely absent. Perhaps I should have said sooner that he smoked continuously during the dictations. His cigars were of that delicious fragrance which belongs to domestic tobacco. They were strong and inexpensive, and it was only his early training that made him prefer them. Admiring friends used to send him costly imported cigars, but he rarely touched them, and they were smoked by visitors. He often smoked a pipe, and preferred it to be old and violent. Once, when he had bought a new, expensive briar-root, he handed it to me, saying, "I'd like to have you smoke that a year or two, and when it gets so you can't stand it, maybe it will suit me." End of chapter 60. This is chapter 61 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 61, Dictations at Dublin, New Hampshire. Following his birthday dinner, Mark Twain had become once more the belle of New York, and in a larger way than ever before. An editorial in the Evening Mail referred to him as a kind of joint Aristides, Solon, and Themistocles of the American metropolis, and added, "Things have reached a point where, if Mark Twain is not at a public meeting or banquet, he is expected to console it with one of his inimitable letters of advice and encouragement." He loved the excitement of it, and it no longer seemed to wear upon him. Scarcely an evening passed that he did not go out to some dinner or gathering where he had promised to speak. In April, for the benefit of the Robert Fulton Society, he delivered his farewell lecture, the last lecture, he said, where any one would have to pay to hear him. It was at Carnegie Hall, and the great place was jammed. As he stood before that vast, shouting audience, I wondered if he was remembering that night, 40 years before, in San Francisco, when his lecture career had begun. We hoped he might speak of it, but he did not do so. In May the dictations were transferred to Dublin, New Hampshire, to the long veranda of the Upton House, on the Monadnock slope. He wished to continue our work, he said, so the stenographer and myself were presently located in the village, and drove out each morning to sit facing one of the rarest views in all New England, while he talked of everything and anything that memory or fancy suggested. We had begun in his bedroom, but the glorious outside was too compelling. The long veranda was ideal. He was generally ready when we arrived, a luminous figure in white flannels, pacing up and down before a background of sky and forest, blue lake and distant hills. When it stormed we would go inside to a bright fire. The dictation ended, he would ask his secretary to play the orchestrelle, which at great expense had been freighted up from New York. In that high situation, the fire and the music and the storm beat seemed to lift us very far indeed from reality. Certain symphonies by Beethoven, an impromptu by Schubert, and a nocturne by Chopin were the selections he cared for most. Footnote number 12. His special favorites were Schubert's Opus 142, Part 2, and Chopin's Opus 37, Part 2. End of footnote number 12. Though in certain moods he asked for the Scotch melodies. There was a good deal of social life in Dublin, but the dictations were seldom interrupted. He became lonely now and then, and paid a brief visit to New York or to Mr. Rogers in Fairhaven, but he always returned gladly, for he liked the rest and quiet, and the dictations gave him employment. A part of his entertainment was a trio of kittens which he had rented for the summer, rented because then they would not lose ownership and would find home and protection in the fall. He named the kittens Sackcloth and Ashes, Sackcloth being a black and white kit, and Ashes a joint name owned by the two others, who were gray and exactly alike. All summer long these merry little creatures played up and down the wide veranda, or chased butterflies and grasshoppers down the clover slope, offering Mark Twain never-ending amusement. He loved to see them spring into the air after some insect, miss it, tumble back, and quickly jump up again with a surprised and disappointed expression. In spite of his resolve not to print any of his autobiography until he had been dead 100 years, he was persuaded during the summer to allow certain chapters of it to be published in the North American Review. With the price received, $30,000, he announced he was going to build himself a country home at Redding, Connecticut, on land already purchased there, near a small country place of my own. He wished to have a fixed place to go each summer, he said, and his thought was to call it Autobiography House. End of chapter 61. This is chapter 62 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 62, A New Era of Billiards. With the return to New York, I began a period of closer association with Mark Twain. Up to that time our relations had been chiefly of a literary nature. They now became personal as well. It happened in this way. Mark Twain had never outgrown his love for the game of billiards, though he had not owned a table since the closing of the Hartford house 15 years before. Mrs. Henry Rogers had proposed to present him with a table for Christmas, but when he heard of the plan, boylike, he could not wait, and hinted that if he had the table right now he could begin to use it sooner. So the table came, a handsome combination affair, suitable to all games, and was set in place. That morning, when the dictation ended, he said, "Have you any special place to lunch to-day?" I replied that I had not. "Lunch here," he said, "and we'll try the new billiard table." I acknowledged that I had never played more than a few games of pool, and those were very long ago. "No matter," he said, "the poorer you play, the better I shall like it." So I remained for luncheon, and when it was over we began the first game ever played on the Christmas table. He taught me a game in which caroms and pockets both counted, and he gave me heavy odds. He beat me, but it was a riotous, rollicking game, the beginning of a closer relation between us. We played most of the afternoon, and he suggested that I come back in the evening and play some more. I did so, and the game lasted till after midnight. I had beginner's luck, nigger luck, as he called it, and it kept him working feverishly to win. Once when I had made a great fluke, a carom followed by most of the balls falling into the pockets, he said, "When you pick up that cue this table drips at every pore." The morning dictations became a secondary interest. Like a boy, he was looking forward to the afternoon of play, and it seemed never to come quickly enough to suit him. I remained regularly for luncheon, and he was inclined to cut the courses short that we might the sooner get upstairs for billiards. He did not eat the midday meal himself, but he would come down and walk about the dining-room, talking steadily that marvelous, marvelous talk which little by little I trained myself to remember, though never with complete success. He was only killing time, and I remember once, when he had been earnestly discussing some deep question, he suddenly noticed that the luncheon was ending. "Now," he said, "we will proceed to more serious matters. It's your shot." My game improved with practice, and he reduced my odds. He was willing to be beaten, but not too often. We kept a record of the games, and he went to bed happier if the tally sheet showed a balance in his favor. He was not an even-tempered player. When the game went steadily against him, he was likely to become critical, even fault-finding, in his remarks. Then presently he would be seized with remorse and become over-gentle and attentive, placing the balls as I knocked them into the pockets, hurrying to render this service. I wished he would not do it. It distressed me that he should humble himself. I was willing that he should lose his temper, that he should be even harsh if he felt so inclined. His age, his position, his genius gave him special privileges. Yet I am glad, as I remember it now, that the other side revealed itself, for it completes the sum of his humanity. Once, in a burst of exasperation, he made such an onslaught on the balls that he landed a couple of them on the floor. I gathered them up, and we went on playing as if nothing had happened, only he was very gentle and sweet, like a summer meadow when the storm has passed by. Presently he said, "This is a most amusing game. When you play badly it amuses me, and when I play badly and lose my temper, it certainly must amuse you." It was but natural that friendship should grow under such conditions. The disparity of our ages and gifts no longer mattered. The pleasant land of play is a democracy where such things do not count. We celebrated his 71st birthday by playing billiards all day. He invented a new game for the occasion, and added a new rule for it with almost every shot. It happened that no other member of the family was at home. Ill health had banished everyone, even the secretary. Flowers, telegrams, and congratulations came, and a string of callers. He saw no one but a few intimate friends. We were entirely alone for dinner, and I felt the great honor of being his only guest on such an occasion. On that night, a year before, the flower of his profession had assembled to do him honor. Once, between the courses, when he rose, as was his habit, to walk about, he wandered into the drawing-room, and, seating himself at the orchestrelle, began to play the beautiful Flower Song from Faust. It was a thing I had not seen him do before, and I never saw him do it again. He was in his loveliest humor all that day and evening, and at night, when we stopped playing, he said, "I have never had a pleasanter day at this game." I answered, "I hope 10 years from tonight we shall be playing it." "Yes," he said, "still playing the best game on earth." End of Chapter 62. This is Chapter 63 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 63, Living with Mark Twain. I accompanied him on a trip he made to Washington in the interest of copyright. Speaker Uncle Joe Cannon lent us his private room in the Capitol, and there, all one afternoon, Mark Twain received congressmen, and in an atmosphere blue with cigar smoke preached the gospel of copyright. It was a historic trip, and for me an eventful one, for it was on the way back to New York that Mark Twain suggested that I take up residence in his home. There was a room going to waste, he said, and I would be handier for the early and late billiard sessions. I accepted, of course. Looking back now, I see pretty vividly 3 quite distinct pictures. One of them, the rich red interior of the billiard-room, with the brilliant green square in the center on which the gay balls are rolling, and bent over it, his luminous white figure in the instant of play. Then there is the long lighted drawing-room, with the same figure stretched on a couch in the corner, drowsily smoking while the rich organ tones summon from him scenes and faces which the others do not see. Sometimes he rose, pacing the length of the parlors, but oftener he lay among the cushions, the light flooding his white hair and dress, heightening his brilliant coloring. He had taken up the fashion of wearing white altogether at this time. Black, he said, reminded him of his funerals. The third picture is that of the dinner-table, always beautifully laid, and always a shrine of wisdom when he was there. He did not always talk, but he often did, and I see him clearest, his face alive with interest, presenting some new angle of thought in his vivid, inimitable speech. These are pictures that will not fade from my memory. How I wish the marvelous things he said were like them. I preserved as much of them as I could, and in time trained myself to recall portions of his exact phrasing, but even so they seemed never quite as he had said them. They lacked the breath of his personality. His dinner-table talk was likely to be political, scientific, philosophic. He often discussed aspects of astronomy, which was a passion with him. I could succeed better with the billiard-room talk. That was likely to be reminiscent, full of anecdotes. I kept a pad on the window-sill and made notes while he was playing. At one time he told me of his dreams. "There is never a month passes," he said, "that I do not dream of being in reduced circumstances and obliged to go back to the river to earn a living. Usually in my dream I am just about to start into a black shadow without being able to tell whether it is Selma Bluff or Hat Island or only a black wall of night. Another dream I have is being compelled to go back to the lecture platform. In it I am always getting up before an audience with nothing to say, trying to be funny, trying to make the audience laugh, realizing I am only making silly jokes. Then the audience realizes it, and pretty soon they commence to get up and leave. That dream always ends by my standing there in the semi-darkness talking to an empty house." He did not return to Dublin the next summer, but took a house at Tuxedo, near New York. I did not go there with him, for in the spring it was agreed that I should make a pilgrimage to the Mississippi and the Pacific coast to see those few still remaining who had known Mark Twain in his youth. John Briggs was alive, also Horace Bixby, Joe Goodman, Steve and Jim Gillis, and there were a few others. It was a trip taken none too soon. John Briggs, a gentle-hearted old man who sat by his fire and through one afternoon told me of the happy days along the river-front, from the cave to Holliday's Hill, did not reach the end of the year. Horace Bixby, at 81, was still young, and piloting a government snag-boat. Neither was Joseph Goodman old, by any means, but Jim Gillis was near his end, and Steve Gillis was an invalid, who said, "Tell Sam I'm going to die pretty soon, but that I love him, that I've loved him all my life, and I'll love him till I die." End of chapter 63. This is chapter 64 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 64, A Degree from Oxford. On my return I found Mark Twain elated. He had been invited to England to receive the degree of literary doctor from the Oxford University. It is the highest scholastic honorary degree, and to come back, as I had, from following the early wanderings of the barefoot truant of Hannibal, only to find him about to be officially knighted by the world's most venerable institution of learning, seemed rather the most surprising chapter even of his marvelous fairy tale. If Tom Sawyer had owned the magic wand, he hardly could have produced anything as startling as that. He sailed on the 8th of June, 1907, exactly 40 years from the day he had sailed on the Quaker City to win his greater fame. I did not accompany him. He took with him a secretary to make notes, and my affairs held me in America. He was absent 6 weeks, and no attentions that England had ever paid him before could compare with her lavish welcome during this visit. His reception was really national. He was banqueted by the greatest clubs of London. He was received with special favor at the King's Garden party. He traveled by a royal train, crowds gathering everywhere to see him pass. At Oxford, when he appeared on the street, the name Mark Twain ran up and down like a cry of fire, and the people came running. When he appeared on the stage at the Sheldonian Theater to receive his degree, clad in his doctor's robe of scarlet and gray, there arose a great tumult, the shouting of the undergraduates for the boy who had been Tom Sawyer and had played with Huckleberry Finn. The papers next day spoke of his reception as a cyclone, surpassing any other welcome, though Rudyard Kipling was one of those who received degrees on that occasion, and General Booth and Whitelaw Reid, and other famous men. Perhaps the most distinguished social honor paid to Mark Twain at this time was the dinner given him by the staff of London Punch. in the historic Punch editorial rooms on Bouverie Street. No other foreigner had ever been invited to that sacred board where Thackeray had sat, and Douglas Jerrold and others of the great departed. Punch had already saluted him with a front-page cartoon, and at this dinner the original drawing was presented to him by the editor's little daughter, Joy Agnew. The Oxford degree and the splendid homage paid him by England at large became, as it were, the crowning episode of Mark Twain's career. I think he realized this, although he did not speak of it. Indeed, he had very little to say of the whole matter. I telephoned a greeting when I knew that he had arrived in New York, and was summoned to "come down and play billiards." I confess I went with a good deal of awe, prepared to sit in silence and listen to the tale of the returning hero. But when I arrived he was already in the billiard-room, knocking the balls about, his coat off, for it was a hot night. As I entered he said, "Get your cue. I've been inventing a new game." That was all. The pageant was over, the curtain was rung down. Business was resumed at the old stand. End of chapter 64. This is chapter 65 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 65, The Removal to Reading. There followed another winter during which I was much with Mark Twain, though a part of it he spent with Mr. Rogers in Bermuda, that pretty island resort which both men loved. Then came spring again, and June, and with it Mark Twain's removal to his newly built home, Stormfield, at Redding, Connecticut. The house had been under construction for a year. He had never seen it, never even seen the land I had bought for him. He even preferred not to look at any plans or ideas for decoration. "When the house is finished and furnished, and the cat is purring on the hearth, it will be time enough for me to see it," he had said more than once. He had only specified that the rooms should be large and that the billiard-room should be red. His billiard-rooms thus far had been of that color, and their memory was associated in his mind with enjoyment and comfort. He detested details of preparation, and then, too, he looked forward to the dramatic surprise of walking into a home that had been conjured into existence as with a word. It was the 18th of June, 1908, that he finally took possession. The Fifth Avenue house was not dismantled, for it was the plan then to use Stormfield only as a summer place. The servants, however, with one exception, had been transferred to Redding, and Mark Twain and I remained alone, though not lonely, in the city house, playing billiards most of the time and being as hilarious as we pleased, for there was nobody to disturb. I think he hardly mentioned the new home during that time. He had never seen even a photograph of the place, and I confess I had moments of anxiety, for I had selected the site, and had been more or less concerned otherwise, though John Howells was wholly responsible for the building. I did not really worry, for I knew how beautiful and peaceful it all was. The morning of the 18th was bright and sunny and cool. Mark Twain was up and shaved by 6 o'clock in order to be in time. The train did not leave until 4 in the afternoon, but our last billiards in town must begin early and suffer no interruption. We were still playing when, about 3, word was brought up that the cab was waiting. Arrived at the station, a group collected, reporters and others, to speed him to his new home. Some of the reporters came along. The scenery was at its best that day, and he spoke of it approvingly. The hour and a half required to cover the 60 miles distance seemed short. The train porters came to carry out the bags. He drew from his pocket a great handful of silver. "Give them something," he said. "Give everybody liberally that does any service." There was a sort of open-air reception in waiting. A varied assemblage of vehicles festooned with flowers had gathered to offer gallant country welcome. It was a perfect June evening, still and dreamlike. There seemed a spell of silence on everything. The people did not cheer, they smiled and waved to the white figure, and he smiled and waved reply, but there was no noise. It was like a scene in a cinema. His carriage led the way on a 3-mile drive to the house on the hilltop, and the floral procession fell in behind. Hillsides were green, fields were white with daisies, dogwood and laurel shone among the trees. He was very quiet as we drove along. Once, with gentle humor, looking out over a white daisy field, he said, "That is buckwheat. I always recognize buckwheat when I see it. I wish I knew as much about other things as I know about buckwheat." The clear running brooks, a swift flowing river, a tumbling cascade where we climbed a hill, all came in for his approval. Then we were at the lane that led to his new home, and the procession behind dropped away. The carriage ascended still higher, and a view opened across the Saugatuck Valley, with its nestling village and church spire and farmhouses, and beyond them the distant hills. Then came the house, simple in design, but beautiful, an Italian villa, such as he had known in Florence, adapted here to American climate and needs. At the entrance his domestic staff waited to greet him, and presently he stepped across the threshold and stood in his own home for the first time in 17 years. Nothing was lacking. It was as finished, as completely furnished, as if he had occupied it a lifetime. No one spoke immediately, but when his eyes had taken in the harmony of the place, with its restful homelike comfort, and followed through the open French windows to the distant vista of tree-tops and farm-sides and blue hills, he said, very gently, "How beautiful it all is! I did not think it could be as beautiful as this." And later, when he had seen all of the apartments, "It is a perfect house, perfect, so far as I can see, in every detail. It might have been here always." There were guests that first evening, a small home dinner party, and a little later at the foot of the garden some fireworks were set off by neighbors inspired by Dan Beard, who had recently located in Redding. Mark Twain, watching the rockets that announced his arrival, said gently, "I wonder why they go to so much trouble for me. I never go to any trouble for anybody." The evening closed with billiards, hilarious games, and when at midnight the cues were set in the rack no one could say that Mark Twain's first day in his new home had not been a happy one. End of chapter 65. This is chapter 66 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 66, Life at Stormfield. Mark Twain loved Stormfield. Almost immediately he gave up the idea of going back to New York for the winter, and I think he never entered the Fifth Avenue house again. The quiet and undisturbed comfort of Stormfield came to him at the right time of life. His day of being the belle of New York was over. Now and then he attended some great dinner, but always under protest. Finally he refused to go at all. He had much company during that first summer, old friends and now and again young people, of whom he was always fond. The billiard-room he called the aquarium, and a frieze of Bermuda fishes in gay prints ran around the walls. Each young lady visitor was allowed to select one of these as her patron fish and attach her name to it. Thus, as a member of the Aquarium Club, she was represented in absence. Of course there were several cats at Stormfield, and these really owned the premises. The kittens scampered about the billiard table after the balls, even when the game was in progress, giving all sorts of new angles to the shots. This delighted him, and he would not for anything have discommoded or removed one of those furry hazards. My own house was a little more than half a mile away, our lands adjoining, and daily I went up to visit him, to play billiards, or to take a walk across the fields. There was a stenographer in the neighborhood, and he continued his dictations, but not regularly. He wrote, too, now and then, and finished the little book called "Is Shakespeare Dead?" Winter came. The walks were fewer, and there was even more company. The house was gay, and the billiard games protracted. In February I made a trip to Europe and the Mediterranean to go over some of his ground there. Returning in April I found him somewhat changed. It was not that he had grown older or less full of life, but only less active, less eager for gay company, and he no longer dictated, or very rarely. His daughter Jean, who had been in a health resort, was coming home to act as his secretary, and this made him very happy. We resumed our games, our talks, and our long walks across the fields. There were few guests, and we were together most of the day and evening. How beautiful the memory of it all is now! To me, of course, nothing can ever be like it again in this world. Mark Twain walked slowly these days. Early in the summer there appeared indications of the heart trouble that less than a year later would bring the end. His doctor advised diminished smoking, and forbade the old habit of lightly skipping up and down stairs. The trouble was with the heart muscles, and at times there came severe deadly pains in his breast, but for the most part he did not suffer. He was allowed the walk, however, and once I showed him a part of his estate he had not seen before, a remote cedar hillside. On the way I pointed out a little corner of land which earlier he had given me to straighten our division line. I told him I was going to build a study on it and call it Markland. I think the name pleased him. Later he said, "If you had a place for that extra billiard table of mine," the Rogers table which had been left in storage in New York, "I would turn it over to you." I replied that I could adapt the size of my proposed study to fit the table, and he said, "Now that will be very good. Then when I want exercise I can walk down and play billiards with you, and when you want exercise you can walk up and play billiards with me. You must build that study." So it was planned, and the work was presently under way. How many things we talked of! Life, death, the future, all the things of which we know so little and love so much to talk about. Astronomy, as I have said, was one of his favorite subjects. Neither of us had any real knowledge of the matter, which made its great facts all the more awesome. The thought that the nearest fixed star was 25 trillions of miles away, 250,000 times the distance to our own remote sun, gave him a sort of splendid thrill. He would figure out those appalling measurements of space, covering sheets of paper with his sums, but he was not a good mathematician, and the answers were generally wrong. Comets in particular interested him, and one day he said, "I came in with Halley's comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's comet." He looked so strong and full of color and vitality, one could not believe that his words held a prophecy. Yet the pains recurred with increasing frequency and severity. His malady, angina pectoris, was making progress. And how bravely he bore it all! He never complained, never bewailed. I have seen the fierce attack crumble him when we were at billiards, but he would insist on playing in his turn, bowed, his face white, his hand digging at his breast. End of chapter 66. This is Chapter 67 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 67, The Death of Jean. Clara Clemens was married that autumn to Osip Gavrilovitch, the Russian pianist, and presently sailed for Europe, where they would make their home. Jean Clemens was now head of the house, and what with her various duties and poor health, her burden was too heavy. She had a passion for animal life of every kind, and in some farm buildings at one corner of the estate had set up quite an establishment of chickens and domestic animals. She was fond of giving these her personal attention, and this, with her house direction and secretarial work, gave her little time for rest. I tried to relieve her of a share of the secretarial work, but she was ambitious and faithful. Still, her condition did not seem critical. I stayed at Stormfield now most of the time, nights as well as days, for the dull weather had come and Mark Twain found the house rather lonely. In November he had an impulse to go to Bermuda, and we spent a month in the warm light of that summer island, returning a week before the Christmas holidays. And just then came Mark Twain's last great tragedy, the death of his daughter Jean. The holidays had added heavily to Jean's labors. Out of her generous heart she had planned gifts for everybody, had hurried to and from the city for her purchases, and in the loggia set up a beautiful Christmas tree. Meantime she had contracted a heavy cold. Her trouble was epilepsy, and all this was bad for her. On the morning of December 24 she died suddenly from the shock of a cold bath. Below in the loggia, drenched with tinsel, stood the tree, and heaped about it the packages of gifts which that day she had meant to open and put in place. Nobody had been overlooked. Jean was taken to Elmira for burial. Her father, unable to make the winter journey, remained behind. Her cousin, Jervis Langdon, came for her. It was 6 in the evening when she went away. A soft, heavy snow was falling, and the gloom of the short day was closing in. There was not the least noise. The whole world was muffled. The lantern shone out the open door, and at an upper window, the light gleaming on his white hair, her father watched her going away from him for the last time. Later he wrote, "From my window I saw the hearse and the carriages wind along the road and gradually grow vague and spectral in the falling snow, and presently disappear. Jean was gone out of my life, and would not come back any more. The cousin she had played with when they were babies together, he and her beloved old Katy, were conducting her to her distant childhood home, where she will lie by her mother's side once more, in the company of Susy and Langdon." End of chapter 67.
This is Chapter 68 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org.
The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 68, Days in Bermuda. 10 days later Mark Twain returned to Bermuda, accompanied only by a valet. He had asked me if we would be willing to close our home for the winter and come to Stormfield, so that the place might be ready any time for his return. We came, of course, for there was no thought other than for his comfort. He did not go to a hotel in Bermuda, but to the home of Vice-Consul Allen, where he had visited before. The Allens were devoted to him and gave him such care as no hotel could offer. Bermuda agreed with Mark Twain, and for a time there he gained in strength and spirits and recovered much of his old manner. He wrote me almost daily, generally with good reports of his health and doings, and with playful counsel and suggestions. Then by and by he did not write with his own hand, but through his newly appointed secretary, Mr. Allen's young daughter, Helen, of whom he was very fond. The letters, however, were still gay. Once he said, "While the matter is in my mind, I will remark that if you ever send me another letter which is not paged at the top, I will write you with my own hand, so that I may use in utter freedom and without embarrassment the kind of words which alone can describe such a criminal."
He had made no mention so far of the pains in his breast. But near the end of March he wrote that he was coming home, if the breast pains did not
"mend their ways pretty considerable. I do not want to die here," he said. "I am growing more and more particular about the place."
A week later brought another alarming letter, also one from Mr. Allen, who frankly stated that matters had become very serious indeed. I went to New York and sailed the next morning, cabling the Gabrilowitsches to come without delay. I sent no word to Bermuda that I was coming, and when I arrived he was not expecting me.
"Why," he said, holding out his hand, "you did not tell us you were coming."
"No," I said, "it is rather sudden. I didn't quite like the sound of your last letters."
"But those were not serious. You shouldn't have come on my account."
I said then that I had come on my own account, that I had felt the need of recreation, and had decided to run down and come home with him.
"That's very good." he said, in his slow, gentle way. "Wow, I'm glad to see you." His breakfast came in, and he ate with appetite. I had thought him thin and pale at first sight, but his color had come back now, and his eyes were bright. He told me of the fierce attacks of the pain, and how he had been given hypodermic injections, which he amusingly termed hypnotic injunctions, and the subcutaneous. From Mr. and Mrs. Allen I learned how slender had been his chances, and how uncertain were the days ahead. Mr. Allen had already engaged passage home for April 12th. He seemed so little like a man whose days were numbered. On the afternoon of my arrival we drove out, as we had done on our former visit, and he discussed some of the old subjects in quite the old way. I had sold for him, for $6,000, the farm where Jean had kept her animals, and he wished to use the money in erecting for her some sort of memorial. He agreed that a building to hold the library which he had already donated to the town of Reading would be appropriate and useful. He asked me to write at once to his lawyer and have the matter arranged. We did not drive out again. The Paines held off for several days, and he was gay and went out on the lawn, but most of the time he sat propped up in bed, reading and smoking. When I looked at him there, so full of vigor and the joy of life, I could not persuade myself that he would not outlive us all. He had written very little in Bermuda, his last work being a chapter of amusing advice for me, as he confessed, what I was to do upon reaching the gate of which St. Peter is said to keep the key. As it is the last writing he ever did, and because it is characteristic, one or two paragraphs may be admitted here. "Upon arrival, do not speak to St. Peter until spoken to. It is not your place to begin. Do not begin any remark with 'Say.' When applying for a ticket, avoid trying to make conversation. If you must talk, let the weather alone. You can ask him for his autograph. There is no harm in that. But be careful, and don't remark that it is one of the penalties of greatness. He has heard that before." There were several pages of this consul. End of chapter 68. This is chapter 69 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 69, The Return to Reading. I spent most of each day with him, merely sitting by the bed and reading. I noticed when he slept that his breathing was difficult, and I could see that he did not improve. But often he was gay, and liked the entire family to gather about and be merry. It was only a few days before we sailed that the severe attacks returned. Then followed bad nights. But respite came, and we sailed on the 12th, as arranged. The Allen home stands on the water, and Mr. Allen had chartered a tug to take us to the ship. We were obliged to start early, and the fresh morning breeze was stimulating. Mark Twain seemed in good spirits when we reached the Oceana, which was to take him home. As long as I remember anything, I shall remember the 48 hours of that homeward voyage. He was comfortable at first, and then we ran into the humid, oppressive air of the Gulf Stream, and he could not breathe. It seemed to me that the end might come at any moment, and this thought was in my own mind, but he had no dread, and his sense of humor did not fail. Once when the ship rolled and his hat fell from the hook and made the circuit of the cabin floor, he said, "The ship is passing the hat." I had been instructed in the use of the hypodermic needle, and from time to time gave him the hypnotic injunction, as he still called it. But it did not afford his entire relief. He could remain in no position for any length of time, yet he never complained, and thought only of the trouble he might be making. Once he said, "I am sorry for you, Paine, but I can't help it. I can't hurry this dying business." And a little later, "Oh, it is such a mystery, and it takes so long." Relatives, physicians, and news-gatherers were at the dock to welcome him.
Revived by the cool, fresh air of the north, he had slept for several hours and was seemingly much better. A special compartment on the same train that had taken us first to Reading took us there now, his physicians in attendance. He did not seem to mind the trip or the drive home. As we turned into the lane that led to Stormfield, he said, "Can we see where you have built your billiard-room?" The gable of the new study showed among the trees, and I pointed it out to him. "It looks quite imposing," he said. Arriving at Stormfield, he stepped unassisted from the carriage to greet the members of the household, and with all his old courtliness offered each his hand. Then, in a canvas chair we had brought, we carried him upstairs to his room, the big, beautiful room that looked out to the sunset hills. This was Thursday evening, April 14, 1910. End of chapter 69. This is chapter 70 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 70, The Close of a Great Life. Mark Twain lived just a week from that day and hour. For a time he seemed full of life, talking freely and suffering little. Clara and Ossip Gabrilowitsch arrived on Saturday and found him cheerful, quite like himself. At intervals he read. Suetonius and Carlyle lay on the bed beside him, and he would pick them up and read a page or a paragraph. Sometimes when I saw him thus, the high color still in his face, the clear light in his eyes, I said, "It is not reality. He is not going to die." But by Wednesday of the following week it was evident that the end was near. We did not know it then, but the mysterious messenger of his birth year, Halley's comet, became visible that night in the sky. Footnote number 13. See reference in chapter 66. End of footnote number 13. On Thursday morning, the 21st, his mind was still fairly clear, and he read a little from one of the volumes on his bed. By Clara he sent word that he wished to see me, and when I came in he spoke of 2 unfinished manuscripts which he wished me to throw away, as he briefly expressed it, for his words were few now and uncertain. I assured him that I would attend to the matter, and he pressed my hand. It was his last word to me. During the afternoon, while Clara stood by him, he sank into a doze, and from it passed into a deeper slumber, and did not heed us any more. Through that peaceful spring afternoon the life-wave ebbed lower and lower. It was about 6:30, and the sun lay just on the horizon, when Dr. Quintard noticed that the breathing, which had gradually become more subdued, broke a little. There was no suggestion of any struggle. The noble head turned a little to one side. There was a fluttering sigh, and the breath that had been unceasing for 74 tumultuous years had stopped forever. In the brick church, New York, Mark Twain, dressed in the white he loved so well, lay with the nobility of death upon him, while a multitude of those who loved him passed by and looked at his face for the last time. Flowers in profusion were banked about him, but on the casket lay a single wreath, which Dan Beard and his wife had woven from the laurel which grows on Stormfield Hill. He was never more beautiful than as he lay there, and it was an impressive scene to see those thousands file by, regard him for a moment, gravely, thoughtfully, and pass on. All sorts were there, rich and poor. Some crossed themselves, some saluted, some paused a little to take a closer look. That night we went with him to Elmira, and next day he lay in those stately parlors that had seen his wedding day, and where little Langdon and Susy had lain, and Mrs. Clemens, and then Jean only a little while before. The worn-out body had reached its journey's end, but his spirit had never grown old, and today, still young, it continues to cheer and comfort a tired world. End of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. This is John Greenman.